Y'all please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Campbell, let the record reflect that all of the trustees are here this evening. And do you have any correspondence?
Yes, sir, I do. It's a liquor permit. It's a new one for Buckeye Hospitality Management LLC, doing business as Holiday Inn and Suites, Cincinnati, Eastgate, 4501 Eastgate Boulevard, Union Township, Cincinnati, Ohio, 454, that's wrong. Should be 45245. Mr. McCormick has sent over the accompanying zoning report that they're in compliance and we have no issues with the police department. That concludes my correspondence.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, hey, just a reminder for the audience, if you'd like to do any public speaking, it'll come up in a few minutes. The cards are in the back of the room. Please fill one of these out and come on up. So far, I only got one for tonight. Chief Clements, we have on the agenda here a fire department medic unit graphics and patch presentation. Tell us about that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Becker. Like any organization, you go through a period of change, and with that comes change in design and the look and image of the department. This has been a several-month process, and we have developed a committee here that is going to present what the future of Union Township Fire Department logo is going to appear as you see us out and about. Lieutenant Adam Dressler can present what they've been working on.
Good evening.
Good.
We are here tonight to present to the board our new logo patch design and new graphic design for our vehicles. We put together a design committee that included myself, Lieutenant Rooms, Lieutenant Forrester, Firefighter Stevens, and Firefighter Passett. Each member played a key role in the design process. Several hours went into this, which turned into weeks. The committee came up with several designs and worked closely with Mr. Wright to get the right combination to present to the department for a vote. The Union Township Fire Department is changing at a rapid pace. With that, we thought it was important to make a visual change. The reasons for that change: one, it signifies change, progress, and growth. It gave the department members a say in how things were going and how the department was going to go forward. And most importantly, it instills pride and ownership, which is very important. It is essential to the culture of the fire department. So here's our current design. And then here are the designs that were presented for a vote. So we had four choices on the left side, and then we had two different graphic packages that went for a vote. This is the design that won. Something special about this patch: several aspects of this patch were hand-drawn by Lieutenant Forrester. Lieutenant Forrester is a talented artist who has illustrated several children's books and has numerous commissioned art pieces ranging from department logos, company logos, and portraits, to name a few. This is the winning graphics package. And here are the voting results. As you can see, option 1 and option 2 were close on the patch, and for the vehicle, option 2 was an overwhelming, almost unanimous. I think it was maybe 3 people voted for that. So that concludes our presentation.
Great. Any comments from the board? Mr. Lowe?
Can you put the patch back up? Whoever's running the, yeah. I like it. Great work by the committee, and I'm excited. Again, the committee, you guys stood it up. I wanted to jump ahead to I'm in a wow factor of Lieutenant Forrester and the children's books. I did not know that. That's incredible. So we'll back up to where we're at, though. This is great. And so your involvement, the committee's involvement, having 52 responses, it looks like you had everybody engaged and on board with that. I'm excited as far as what that symbolizes. Like you said, it's a physical change, but it can mean so much more than that. As you guys are, I'm staring at our future leadership of the township, and how much critical time, and everyone in the back here, standing, you got your whole team back there supporting you out there. So I see that, and it's, how critical your support services are in the township, and I like for us to stand out. I like for this to stand out and what represents you. And so if there's a little thing I can do and get out of the way with that and be supportive of it, that's what I'm here to do.
We appreciate it.
This is what you guys do 24/7, and this is what means something strong to you to represent, and I like it. I think it's energizing and exciting. So it's a great work as far as that goes in the committee, and a good process on getting through this as well too.
Thank you.
I'll hand it over to the board.
Mr. Dilt?
Lieutenant Forrester, this is really impressive.
Oh, thank you.
Very impressive. Kind of walk me through with it. You drew this by hand, you designed it. Walk me through what you were thinking, what you're feeling. I mean, I'm not an artist, so walk me through it.
Just the committee, we kind of agreed upon simplicity. Keep it simple, straightforward.
Yeah.
Something that you can visually see from far away. So that's kind of went with that. Try to combine fire and EMS in a different way, and get on there the importance of the established in 1990. That was about it, really.
I love it. I love it. Well done. Well done. Appreciate all of you stepping up to help out with this. It's cool. The organization of it, you obviously drawing and designing it, but putting the organization together, love it. Getting all the guys involved, taking a vote. It took a lot of work. I appreciate that. Can you show me so that we have a slightly different design for the patch and then what's going to go on the vehicles? Is that correct?
Yeah, there's the vehicle.
Do you have a close-up one of what the vehicle, of the logo on the vehicle?
We do not in this
Oh, that's okay.
presentation,
That's okay.
but it is on the door there.
It's on the door. I see it. Gotcha. Okay.
So that's where it'll be, and it'll be on the back windows.
Good. So union's good with it? All you guys love it? I'm good with it. I love it, though. It's great. Yeah, good job. And Lieutenant Forrester, you're gifted, brother. Yeah, good job. Yeah, well done. But,
It wasn't just me, it was everybody.
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so appreciate you guys very much. Yeah. And Lieutenant Rooms, are you going to put one on the side of your Jeep?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I don't see that. I'll put one on mine, too, so. Love it. Awesome. That's all I got.
Great.
Chairman.
Yeah, ditto's what my colleagues said. Just really don't have anything to add. I just want to say thank you for your dedication to Union Township. Y'all doing a fine job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate you very much. So, I do have a question. So, Mr. Wright, when does it take effect, and when do we execute?
So we'll start the phase-in with the new medic units, the medic units that we got, that they've been working to outfit over at Station 52. So those will be the first new medic units with the new graphic package on it. And then, we'll slowly phase that into over time, to make sure that we plan and budget for those things. So, and then as far as uniforms, I think Chief Clements has some things in the works, and we'll start implementing that as well as we replace things. We'll start the transition. So,
Makes sense. Perfect. Love it. Good job, guys. Great job.
Okay, next on the agenda is a 20-year recognition award for Rusty Huff. Come on up. Chief Clements, tell us about Mr. Huff.
Yes, sir. So Mr. Huff here has been with us for 20 years, dedicated to the community and Union Township, and he's getting more and more involved as he's been with us over time, and he's a huge asset to our department, and we appreciate the 20 years that he's putting in and look for many more from him.
Great. Mr. Logo, any comments? thoughts, questions?
Thank you for your 20 years of service here. And about what type of time frame do you have with us? How long can we keep you is my real answer. How long can we keep you?
Looks like that's increased.
Okay.
With what's going on in the township, I really love what's going on with the fire department right now, so, yeah.
Well, that's a sharp answer. I appreciate that. Seriously. Like, all right. Well, thank you for the compliment. Appreciate that. But no, it's everybody. So it is so exciting about that here. So it's because of people like yourself of 20 years. I mean, you've laid the foundation of it. And like I said, what can we do sometimes to get out of the way? Local government. It's the right balance sometimes, but just compliments to you for your 20 years, and we would definitely want to continue to have your service for several more years and keep it going. So thank you.
Mr. Dills?
Mr. Ruff, you and I had a nice lengthy conversation. You're still at Old 74, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I loved it. You're great, gave me background, gave me a long history and story of our fire department. Appreciate you very much. 20 years is a long time, and appreciate you, and thanks for sticking it out with us and retiring with us when that time comes. So, very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always like to ask, any stories to tell over a 20-year period? Anything jump out at you?
This has been the best part of my career here at Union Township. I spent 8 years with Love and Sims Fire Department, and this has really been the top of my career here at Union Township.
And the best moment in 20 years was the appointment of Chief Clements, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I think that was the right answer. Okay, we have a little gift for you, and we're going to do some photos, and okay, next on the agenda is public comments. So far I have one. So if there's anybody else, last call here. So Jeff Jackson, come on up, please.
They want to speak for the public hearing.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, please. Go ahead. 5 minutes.
Jeff Jackson, 508 Oxford Drive, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45244. I have some concerns as a resident of the township for 67 years. I don't know how that ever happened, but also as a past member of the fire service and EMS service in Union Township. I spent 38 years of my life dedicated to the citizens of this township. My concerns, step back one, this is basically my concern. I haven't been persuaded by anyone, asked by anyone, or any group. And my interest in this discussion is to preserve the integrity of the township and special concern for the fire department. I have a list of concerns I'll read to you. If I may have the same consideration as the two ladies that spoke at the last meeting. They finished their document, asked questions. One lady spoke for 8 minutes and 32 seconds. The other one spoke for a little over 6 minutes. I'd like that same consideration if I may.
So I believe they spoke for 5 minutes, and then there was Q&A, which continued, but that was at the discretion of the board with Q&A.
If you check the tape, sir, it was 8 minutes and 32 seconds.
Please continue.
The job posting for fire chief was originally posted, as I'm sure as you all are aware, with an application return date by October 25th, 2023. On October 25th, 2023, Another posting was issued, listed with the reduced qualifications and a due date by electronic submission as well, due on November 8th, 2023. Both postings required a cover letter, comprehensive resume, salary history, and 3 professional references. Item 2, on November 10th, 2023, I submitted a public records request for all the application documents, including cover letter, resume, references, and salary history, to Physical Officer Ron Campbell. After a short delay, I received all the requested documents. Upon review of the records, I noticed that Austin Clements had only submitted a cover letter while all the other applicants' paperwork was complete. Initial interviews were done of all the internal candidates as well as a few outside candidates by Administrator Corey Wright. At the completion of the initial interviews, the list of applicants was narrowed down to 3 finalists: Interim Fire Chief Mark Fife, Lieutenant Matt Terrell, and Lieutenant Austin Clements. On February 23rd, 24, 3 finalists were interviewed by the Board of Trustees during a special executive session. On Monday, February 26, 2024, it was announced that Austin Clements would be recommended to the position of Fire Chief at the Trustees meeting on February 27th. On February 28th, I filed a public records request with Physical Officer Ron Campbell requesting the following: a copy of the Union Township Policy Manual that was amended on February 27th, copies of Chief Clements' professional certifications as related to the fire service and emergency medical, and a copy of all interview documents pertaining to and including score sheets, evaluation sheets, and any notes. I received the public record, on March 4th, 2024, I received the public records requested via email from Administrator Wright, minus any interview scoring evaluation sheets, and did not receive a listing of references contacted. On March 5th, 2024, I reviewed the public record documents provided to me by Administrator Wright in detail. Upon review, I found 2 serious discrepancies that concern me. Number 1, included in the documents of the second records request were the resume, references, and salary expectations for Austin Clements. The resume, references, and salary history were not included in my original records request dated November 10th, 2023. Second item, as I reviewed Austin Clements' resume, it became very apparent he did not meet the minimum requirements of the job posting. That required 10 years of fire service experience and 5 years of supervisory experience. I also noted that Austin Clements did not possess the Chief Fire Officer credential or the National Fire Academy Executive Fire Officer credential. Both of these credentials were listed as a requirement, will have, in the postings. As I further examined the requested documents, I noticed one letter of reference was dated January 8th, 2024.
Mr. Jackson, we have gone past 5 minutes now. Did you wind up getting all of the records that you
I did.
requested?
I
You
still
didn't get
have
them all
another question,
eventually?
sir.
My
Give me
apologies for the delay.
One more minute and I'll be done here, if you don't mind.
Go ahead and wrap it up,
Thank
please.
you. To finish here, as I said, with that record request, I found resume and references as well as salary expectations. That leads me to believe that the references, resume, and salary history were not provided until January 8th, 2024. There was only one document in that whole set of documents that was dated, and it was a reference letter, dated that date. In conclusion, I believe that this is not appropriate. I've done 75 to 100 interviews myself during my career as assistant chief of the fire department. We always documented. If someone turned in an incomplete application, that was the end, they were done. They can't fill out an application, I don't need them. So to go on quickly, in my opinion, the applicant should not have even been allowed to continue based on the idea that he did not submit the proper documentation. After finding this discrepancy, I contacted Administrator Wright as to why this had occurred and requested an explanation. I received an email reply from Administrator Wright, and rightfully so, he said he was not employed at that time and had no knowledge of the situation. I find this very concerning. I find it very concerning that I was not given any type of documentation for interview scoring sheets, evaluation sheets, and the numerous interviews that we did at the fire department for new applicants or promotional situations. We always documented everything and went to file with the applicant.
Thank you,
Can
Mr.
you help
Jackson.
me, can you help me understand how this occurred? And by any means, I'm not picking you out, beating up on you. I cannot understand how this man was promoted.
Well, I think he was promoted because the board thought he was the best man for the job based on the applicants that had occurred. You did mention, some interesting things about, qualifications and, we asked for 10 years and it was less than 10 years. I didn't realize that. I'm just hearing that for the first time tonight. I mean, I should have known that or caught that, but I didn't. I appreciate you bringing it to our attention.
He had 2 years, like 2+ years of supervisor experience
Okay.
with Union Township, and that was supervising one person. He also indicated in his cover letter that he was in charge of, as a dispatch liaison. I understand that occurred right before Chief Diamond left.
All right. Is there any other
Experience.
questions, comments from Mr. Jackson?
I'm looking for answers.
That's all I have. If our administrator will get back to you in the future if there's any additional follow-up.
Okay, can I add one more thing real quick?
Briefly, please.
The reason that I am very concerned, and again, I'm not picking on Chief Clements. I did this for 38 years, and it burns in my heart forever. Once you're a firefighter, you're always a firefighter. My concern is, with the lack of experience, never being in a real command situation, what's gonna happen when the big one hits? Let me give you an example. It's the worst scenario you can ever have. I hope it never happens. What happens when we show up on a fire scene, firefighters show up, apartment building's on fire, things are getting bad, people are trapped. What do firefighters do? They go in to make a rescue. When they go in to make that rescue, maybe not any fault of anyone, or maybe the fault of inexperience. You have a collapse. The building collapses. Your firefighters are now trapped, hollering for a mayday for help. 2 more firefighters go in. The condition gets worse. And they have a secondary collapse, and now they're trapped. The fire chief has to make a grueling decision based on education and more so on experience to hold his firefighters back and tell them they're gone. We're not going to lose any more firefighters.
Mr. Dills, go ahead.
I don't know that you're prepared to do that, sir.
So, Mr. Jackson, first off, I'll take complete ownership myself. So when I was chairman of the board, we had 2, don't quote me on this, I could be wrong, but I believe we had 2 internal candidates apply for the chief's position. And at the time, our administrator, I called her up and I asked why that was the case. And because she felt like it was because a bachelor's degree was on that qualification. I said, well, that needs to be removed. And we can argue all day long whether you agree or disagree. I don't really care. It's okay either way. And then you know what I did is I called up our office and I said, hey, I need a list of every single lieutenant that works in our fire department. I need their cell phone number. And I called every single lieutenant. 1 was a bad number. I couldn't get hold of someone, but I got left a voicemail. I talked to every single lieutenant, and I said, hey, I'm going to encourage you to apply for the chief's position for several reasons. Number 1, you might have a shot at getting the chief's position. Number 2, if you don't, we're going to have an assistant chief spot open. Or number 3, it's going to give you the experience in the event a assistant chief or fire chief opens up somewhere in the surrounding area, and we want to encourage you to set goals and do well for yourself. So that was all me. No one else. That was me. I spearheaded that, and I stand by my decision, and I don't regret it one bit. And I can't speak for these two gentlemen, but it was a tough contest. We debated for quite some time. I'm sure you got the records request of how long our executive session was. We debated for a long time about what direction we wanted to go, and I'm just going to tell you this. I feel like we made the absolute right decision, and yeah, no matter who's in this position, they're going to trip and stumble in the beginning. It's going to happen, and that's okay. I do believe he's got the finest firefighters backing him up, and I do believe that our new co-assistant chief is going to back him up as well, as long as our current assistant chief. And I feel like our lieutenants are going to back him up. So I'm a man. I made a decision. Austin's my guy, and I'm sticking to it. It is what it is. So that's what I have to say.
Can I make a quick
So
comment?
I'm not going back and forth. I'm just
I'm
telling you,
sorry. I've got
I
a
made a
comment.
decision. As a man, I'm sticking to it. And if it fails, which it won't, but if it fails, I'll own my decision. I'll swallow my crow. But hey, I feel comfortable and confident that Chief Clemens is going to do a solid job. So I stand by my decision.
Thank you.
Mr.
Look,
White,
and likewise, ageism is never something that's top of forefront of my mind. It's capability, it's the merit, it's the ability to do the job. And as shared, completely understand your concerns. Worst day of anyone's life or career. I can't help but recall myself, when you're talking about people being trapped inside a vehicle, that's where my mind's at. I was a 19-year-old combat veteran. There's a lot of people that are in leadership positions that go downrange and have the worst day of their life, and they're making command decisions and keeping 50, 60 people alive and making those decisions. And so I don't want to put discredit to those that go out there and serve our country and keep us free today, because I feel like it's enabled to be able to do that type of service back here local and on the home front. And that's where I feel thin blue line between our police and our fire and our EMS. I mean, you guys are the ones, and guys and gals are out there keeping us safe every single day. And you're right, that is the element of the job. It is making that call. But like the trustees here have said, we got a phenomenal leadership team of assistant chiefs, soon to be multiple there, assistant chiefs, and the guys and gals that you see stand back behind you. So, it's one body operating and working together. I think you can take a look tonight. There's a symbolic change with the patch. Exactly what was presented. There's a change of momentum and direction moving forward. And yeah, it's a patch, and we can downplay a patch, but it means so much more. And for those that buy into that and get that and understand that, are willing to put their life on the line, like someone like me as a young combat veteran, it's going to carry things forward, and you won't have to have that concern on that worst day of someone's life, because you got someone willing to give it their all and make those tough decisions. And you know what, at the end of the day, when you get that command and you say, I don't want people getting close to that vehicle or going in there because it's dangerous, you may still have someone that does not follow that order.
Right.
And that's life. And you know what happens there? Sometimes that means that person saves a miraculous amount of lives. And they sometimes come out with a silver star in the
Right.
combat world, or a Medal of Honor, or a posthumous award. We can't control that. We are not always in control, and we recognize that. But as a board, I can tell you, I do feel confident in our decision as a board that you asked the question. February 27th, he was clearly hired. February 26th, he was recommended. There was an executive session prior to that. And as a local government, being very transparent, open, and communicative with the township. I mean, I heard the multiple records requests that were produced and called on, and I applaud our physical office for doing that, and getting that information out to you, so you can read through that and have your time to voice your perspective and concern. And I hear you, and I understand your concerns, and that's always a heavy decision to be made.
Right.
And that is something that I have to hold responsibility on myself as well. So thank you for having me in the position.
Just one comment.
Mr. Jack, I want to give you the last word. I'm just going to conclude with, we have the utmost confidence in Chief Clements to handle these hard cases and make the tough decisions when they occur. Go ahead, you get the last word.
My last word, it concerned me, Mr. Dills, when you mentioned it, Chief Clements' appointment. We know you're gonna fail, that's okay, we'll take care of it, we'll work with you. I understand that on the administrative side. I make an error on the budget, I make an error on whatever. But when dirt hits the road and you're out on a structure fire, he's the man. He's expected to be a man that makes those horrible, hard decisions based on experience that he does not have.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
I will leave, according to your speaking requirements. I have these documents in writing for you after the meeting. Thank you for your time.
Have a nice evening.
Mr. Chairman, so we had some additional submissions here, but as I've reviewed these, they're all for the subdivision.
They're for the
zoning
cases?
case, For the
Okay.
public hearing case. So
Yeah.
everyone that submitted information and comment cards that I've seen so far, they're all for the public hearing for the zoning case that will occur here momentarily.
Except for the public
And
hearing?
that's another one for the public hearing. So
Okay.
we'll set those aside.
Okay, so it looks like we're finished with public comments, and we're going to move to personnel actions. Chief Clements, I understand there's a promotion that you want to recommend tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Becker. This evening, I'm presenting Lieutenant Matt Terrell for a promotion to the position of Assistant Fire Chief. Lieutenant Terrell is a 1994 graduate of Glen Estee High School and holds certifications as a Firefighter 2 paramedic, Life Safety Inspector, and Blue Card Command Instructor. He was hired by Union Township in 2001 as a full-time firefighter paramedic. In 2004, he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant. He has obtained his bachelor's degree from the University of Cincinnati, bachelor's degree from Thomas More University in 2021, and a master's degree in business administration from Northern Kentucky University in 2022. Lieutenant Terrell is also a member of a graduate class 17 of Ohio Fire Executive Program. Lieutenant Terrell's most recent role has included the responsibilities of the fire department's training officer. He has been involved in many different areas and projects within the department, but none have required the time, dedication, and vision as his current position as the accreditation manager. This is a 5-year process of evaluating every aspect of our organization in order to plan for continuous improvement, ensuring we are providing the best possible service to the citizens of Union Township. And we're fortunate to have Lieutenant Terrell lead this process. Lieutenant Terrell will be a huge asset to our command staff, and I highly recommend the promotion of Lieutenant Matt Terrell to the position of Assistant Fire Chief with an effective date of March 13th, 2024, at an annual salary of $105,000 per year.
Any thoughts, Mr. Loeb?
Open it up, make a
Make
motion.
a motion.
I'm sorry, what?
Gonna make a motion.
All right, let's make the motion. Mr. Loeb, would you like to make the motion to promote Lieutenant Matt Terrell to the position of Assistant Fire Chief with the effective date of March 13th at the annual salary of $105,000?
I would, so moved.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any commentary?
Yeah, thank you. Lieutenant Terrell, thank you. Thank you for putting yourself forward, taking that initiative, opening up your perspective of the fire department, opening up your perspective of leadership, and being a person that others are willing to follow, and being a servant leader where you can support them, because we know that's a two-way street, and you're only successful if your guys and gals that are out on the street and in the firehouses have the resources they need to be successful. And we know that it's across the board, from our budgeting process, capital planning processes, to recruitment and having fresh, new, excited individuals. I'm looking at one in the crowd right now, shooting a smile back. And that ability to be an influencer, have the gravity to pull people, have people come around you and want to work together with you day in, day out on their worst days in the job. I'm excited. I'm excited for this command staff. I see Assistant Fire Chief Mark Fife over here, soon to be, if the board will have it, Assistant Chief Terrell, and our Chief Clements over here. And I feel like that is a robust structure that this township needs and deserves. And I'm just excited about that energy that you all can bring together as a point and a strong point to this leadership team. So it's, great things come in threes for a reason. So I'll just leave it at that and give it over to the board. So thank you.
Mr. Dills?
I always thought it was Terrell. Is it Terrell or Terrell?
Terrell.
Terrell, okay, that's what I thought too, okay.
It's all right, I'll answer to both, it's
It's
fine.
what's whatever, right? I've known you before, but it was great getting to know you even better through the interview process. You're a Union Township guy, and through and through. Your heart belongs here. I see it clear as day. Incredibly smart. I felt like any question, no matter how detailed it was, you knew the answer to, and you know your stuff. You're on your game, and I'm excited for you to join the leadership team, Assistant Fife and Chief Clemens, and it's a no-brainer. Yeah, appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I'm also very impressed with you, and thank you for being part of Union Township and moving up the ranks to through leadership positions to assistant chief, and that's awesome. And do you have any stories you want to tell from anything jumping out
No,
at you?
really, the best parts of my career are the people that I've worked with. You see many of them back here tonight, and that's really what makes this career rewarding.
Okay. I think you're going to have the votes here. Any final comments before we vote? Looks like we're good. Okay.
Fire heavy front half of the agenda, I like it.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
So, yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations,
Okay.
guys.
We're going to do the new hire, and then we do photos. New hire.
Stick around. Give them a minute. Give them a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll do,
Do you want to do,
and we'll do more, we'll do another personnel photo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You will.
No, I know what you're saying, okay. Okay, so the next on the agenda is we have a new hire. So Chief Clements, who are you proposing for us?
Thank you, Mr. Becker. I would like to introduce and recommend Mr. Matthew Green for consideration for the position of full-time firefighter paramedic. Mr. Green is a 2018 graduate of Monroe High School, where he excelled on the football and baseball fields, as well in the classroom. Mr. Green began his educational journey in 2019 at Great Oaks, where he completed his firefighter EMT program. Shortly after that, he was hired by the Madison Township Fire Department. In 2020, he began working for the city of Fairfield and Fairfield Township while he worked towards completing his paramedic program. He was most recently employed full-time by the city of Fairborn. Although he has never been employed by Union Township, Matthew has been a part of the Union Township Fire Department family since 2002, when his father, Lieutenant Matt Green, was hired. Many have watched Matthew grow up from a little kid running around the firehouse to the young man standing in front of us today. I'm extremely excited for the Green family and for the fire department to welcome him in tonight. Matthew has successfully completed all aspects of the hiring process, including a background, polygraph, and psychological evaluation. I would recommend a conditional offer of employment to Mr. Green as a full-time firefighter paramedic at a rate of pay consistent with step 1 of the collective bargaining agreement, effective April 1st, 2024 at 7 a.m., pending successful completion of a physical examination.
Okay, do I have a motion as described by Chief Clements?
So moved.
Second.
Great. And any comments? Mr. Lowe, go ahead.
I think that says so much about a department, the fact that sitting right here, and one, you have your whole family with you, but literally dad's right there, that, here you are. I mean, what more of a compliment could there literally be to say, son, this is a great place to work, this is a great career, this is, have that open door, and you see the community behind you and support. I don't know how that makes you feel right now in this moment, but I, just as a community member, I feel like that is one of the greatest compliments, unspoken, that could occur inside this community and within this fire department. That's truly family. So anyway, we're excited to have you on board. So I'm gonna have to get used to I recognize, like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but I'm like, oh, wait a second. So, I'll leave these gentlemen, they always like to make hair jokes. I'll leave them to making the hair joke, so, but go ahead, over to you.
Mr. Dills,
Yeah.
tell us about the hair products you use.
Matt, tell me who, you have your family here, right? Yeah, but point them out to me, would you?
My girlfriend Michaela, my father Matt Green, my mom Alyssa, my brother Mason, his girlfriend Anna, my grandparents Ruth and Leo on the end, my uncle and aunt Danny and Tia, my other grandma,
Man.
my cousin, my aunt, and then my girlfriend's parents. So pretty well supported.
I literally thought you were gonna say like 3 people. That's funny.
We had to bring multiple cars.
You should have been hired on a long time ago. I'm glad you're here now. Your dad's a good people. He's a lieutenant with us, and he's got a great mentor. So I'm very blessed to have you on. You got a good support team, and man, you're gonna be here for a long time, I hope. So, yeah, absolutely. Oh, can you play basketball?
I was
I
thinking
can.
that
Good, all right, good.
I can
Good.
foul anybody I need to.
Nice, I like that, good.
they need you. That's it. Okay. Yeah, hey, I just want to say thank you for your interest in Union Township and coming to us this evening. And it's awesome having a big family, not only a big family, but having them here with you tonight. That speaks volumes. So I think that's great. Is there anything you'd like to, any comments for us or anything?
No, just thankful for the opportunity and can't wait for April 1st.
Okay. I think we're ready for a vote unless there's any final comments. Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logan?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes,
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
congratulations, sir. Yep. Don't worry, I did too.
Okay, we're going to go on to department reports. Chief Clements, what's going on with fire EMS?
Thank you, sir. In the month of February, the fire department responded to 152 fire and service calls, 477 EMS details. We made contact with 437 patients, transporting 339 of those to local hospitals. We completed 1,350 training hours. We were involved in 19 public education details, hosted EMT paramedic ride time for 32 hours, completed 7 life safety inspections, and completed 6 inspections with the Clermont County Building Department. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. Any comments from the board, Mr. Logue?
I mean, I think we absolutely have to. It's Chief Clement's first night up here, reporting to the board, so it's exciting. I guess I just want to ask, what's your biggest takeaway in the last few weeks here?
That's been very overwhelming, the last 2 weeks of just the positive interaction I've had with the department and the feedback I'm getting. Everybody's extremely excited the direction the department's going in, and I'm excited to lead it.
Yeah, well, we are excited, obviously, to have you here, and I appreciate your insight on things, board. I'm going to pick on this question for a second. I reached out to Chief Clements the other day. You look at, was at North College Hill Fire Department, 75% of their firefighters resigned. Poor leadership, and that's not going to happen here. And I reached out to Chief Clements. I said, hey, what is going on here? What's the details? What's the background, right? And he was all into the details of it, and he completely understood the position and perspective that was going on. But that's what we're fighting with right now. And anyway, just looking forward to the future and the direction here. And I know one of our members here that may ask the question on personnel and what do you need, so I'll leave it to them. I'll hand the board off, hand it off to the board here. So thanks, Chief.
Mr. Dills, go ahead.
So funny is, I asked him the same question about Coleraine and everyone. Is it Coleraine, right?
North
North
College.
College
North College Hill. Leaving, and I'm like, hey, let's go get some recruits. And so I didn't realize you did the same thing.
Oh yeah, I was like,
That's funny. That's
like,
funny.
did you save that one for being post-employment there, Chief Clements? Like, you knew Bond was coming? Oh yeah, recruiting's gonna be our number one target. Boom.
Chief Clemens, you've hit the ground running. Keep it going. Blessed to have you. Yeah, nice job.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, sir.
I don't have anything additional. So, yeah, thank you. And, yeah, I think we're all on the same page about North College Hill's a rich area for firefighters looking for jobs. So keep that in mind. All right, so let's go to police reports. Chief Reese, what do you have for us, please?
Thank you, Mr. Becker. In the month of February, the Communications Center handled 4,155 calls for service for police, fire, and EMS, and a total of 5,082 total calls. 423 juvenile and adult court-related documents were processed by our record section for delivery to the clerk of courts. 97 court notices were entered that required officers' personal appearance in court. 4 Rule 16s were processed for the prosecutor's office. 1 vendor permit was issued. 198 records requests were handled, and 55 body camera videos were redacted by our record section. In the area of public affairs, officers conducted 1 public relations event during the month of February. This was a safety talk at Clough Pike Elementary, which included Officer Siegbert and his canine, Naya. In the area of operations, the Patrol Division took 296 incident reports, 82 crash reports, conducted 702 traffic stops, issued 155 citations, 553 written warnings, made 64 criminal arrests, 92 traffic arrests, and conducted 62 warrant services. In the area of training, officers attended 152 total hours of training in the month of February. And this concludes my report.
Mr. Logue, anything for Chief Reese?
Chief, no, great work as always. I think I saw the aggravated murder case. That gentleman was, our detectives apprehended him at Cincinnati Airport, and he's been extradited, correct?
It's actually an attempted murder, and amazing that the victim was able to hold on. Incredible story. But yeah, I'm very proud of our officers. They expedited that and had him within custody out at Greater Cincinnati Airport within an hour of arriving to the scene, so.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Great work to our detectives, as always. I know they carry a very full load, and being right here on the highways is often a lot of variability to what they see. So, no, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Mr. Dills?
Chief, I know your detectives have been busy this past month, and we've been in the news a little bit. They've done very well, so appreciate it very much. Good job.
Yeah, I don't have anything. Let's move on to the Service Department. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you,
have the
Mr.
floor.
Becker. Thank you, Mr. Becker. In the Cemetery Division, from February 1st through the 29th, 12 burials were performed, generating $7,975. 8 resident graves were purchased, generating $5,600. 2 non-resident graves were purchased, generating $3,400. And 3 columbarium niches were purchased, generating $6,000. The total amount generated for the period was $25,765. In the Roads Division, a total of 13 work orders were completed on township roads, and 54 potholes were patched over a total of 3 streets. And in the Parks Division, winter maintenance and repair continues on all parks tools and machinery, and the perimeter landscape and drainage improvements were successfully completed at the police department. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Lloyd, any questions, comments?
Yeah, Mr. Taylor, can you give us a quick update, status on Klepper Park and the improvements and some of the master planning for the parks?
Yes. So I'll start with the pickleball courts. The pickleball courts are waiting, it's temperature driven. We're waiting on the final color coding. And basically, we have to fill in some low spots on the asphalt. Then we'll have to recolor the whole thing. And then we will obviously stripe it, and then obviously the nets go up. But for the most part, pretty much as everything else is done. Well, we have some landscaping to complete as well. On the playground set, the turf is the only thing we have left, and that is weather dependent driven as well.
Okay, great. Well, I see it
Yes.
warming up, and sounds like that should be in short order.
Yes,
Okay,
yes it
thank you.
is. I need no rain and warmer weather.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr.
thank you,
Dills,
sir.
anything?
Mr. Taylor, your crew's doing a great job. I haven't got a resident concern or complaint this year, not one, about anything. So normally there's something about potholes, or we haven't had much weather to deal with.
Yes.
We had December, but that was it. But, so, no, it's, no news is good news as far as that. So great job. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, when nobody's complaining, that means you're doing a great job. So always appreciate that. Mr. McCormick, Planning and Zoning, give us an update.
Thank you. For the month of February, we had for inspections, 37 inspections, 4 complaints, 3 unfounded complaints, 1 warning citation, 3 15-day non-compliance letters, 2 30-day violation letters, 2 cases resolved, 338 signs that were illegal removed, 7 violations for the month with 5 re-inspections and violations and 1 nuisance filed. For permit activity, we had 2 commercial permits, 3 changes of use, 12 signs, 1 temporary sale, 2 temporary signs, 9 single-family homes, 4 additions, 4 decks, and 7 pools and fences, for a total of 44 permits and a revenue of $8,343. And fire department revenue taken in the department was $200. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Mr. Lloyd, questions, comments?
Mr. McCormick, no, just, great work. Keep it up. We're in the season where more and more planning and zoning cases are coming forward, and I know that it takes a burden working with applicants and having the staff resources there, so appreciate the hard work with all that. Just keep up the great work. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Dills?
Yeah, Mr. McCormick, I know you got a tough zoning case coming up. You did a great job, and you and I have talked a lot about it, so, yeah, well done. Good job this month.
Let's keep moving. Community engagement quarterly update. So this is something new, a special presentation, special person. Lisa R., you have the floor. Give us an update.
I am going to connect real quick.
Yeah, I've struggled with that thing too,
It's
getting it
not
to work.
connecting.
It's connect.
It can be finicky.
It's all right.
All right. Is it red on your side? Your click share? Anything?
Do you want to wing it without the
Okay.
PowerPoint?
I'm gonna
or-
wing it. I just had lots of good notes.
Now I
in
wanna see it.
here.
Or we can
Yeah.
come
Did
back
you
to
email
you.
it to, do you
Whatever
email it to, does
Whatever
he
you
have it?
prefer.
I emailed it to him, but it didn't come
It's
through.
not coming through?
All right, it's gonna be longer then, because now I'm gonna add some more. So I'd like to start with touching base on a few media insights within the township. You'll see, not on the screen, but I will email out to you a brief overview of the growth in our community engagement over the last 90 days. Union Township utilizes Facebook as a social media outlet to get information out to the public. So the township's social media has just shy of 5,000 followers. Over the last 90 days, that's a 1.2% growth, and our contact interaction has increased 15.6%, which is huge. A lot of that is due to the post frequency that has increased up 20.5%. So our social reach right now is about 52,000. I also have an image on there about the e-newsletter. The e-newsletter was kind of new in December. We started with Constant Contact to improve communication between the township and the community. The township's open and click rates continue to perform above the national average. Our overall click rate, which is people clicking to open it up and to read it, is 17%, and the national average is 2 to 5%. I'm sorry, our open rate is 79%, and the national average is 17 to 28%. Our click rate, which is people clicking on links, clicking on videos, is 17%, and that national average is 2 to 5%. So we're way above average right now. We're doing really well, and we are looking to continue that and building engagement through our newsletters. The contact list that we have that is within the last 90 days has increased by over 150 subscribers. So if you're interested in subscribing, all of you and residents at home, you can go to our website, click on newsletter, and there is a site there where you can fill out a form and subscribe to either the monthly e-newsletters or to the meeting agendas. Fun fact out there, 84% of the e-newsletters are opened on a desktop and only 16% are opened up on a mobile phone or an iPad, which is an interesting fact. We also have a YouTube page. A recent initiative we have is to highlight local businesses in the community to showcase the opportunities available within the township. Right now we have 203 total subscribers. Our average video views for the live trustee meetings for tonight is about 135 residents. And our township community highlights, for example, our You're on Fire, our business, look at that. Our business local highlight is about 660 average video views. Do you want a second to read all of that? I think I covered it all. I apologize.
Was that your first slide there?
That was my first slide. I was
cool.
really just going to do a brief overview of it, and now it's up there.
No, it's great.
So we also have a lot of exciting programs and events coming this spring and summer. Do you have that slide by chance now? You do. Matt Taylor provided a couple updates on Klepper Park. So the township plans to host a grand reopening event in April for the new playground equipment, pickleball, multi-purpose courts, and the dog park. We encourage you to stay connected on our Facebook page and website for any updates and when that will be. Residents are also encouraged to enjoy a night under the stars with a free family movie night on Saturday, May 11th at Veterans Memorial Park. The family movie night will feature Trolls Band Together. Also in May, you're invited to Union Township's second annual Family Catch and Release event on Saturday, May 18th at Klepper Park. This is a free event. It's a great way to introduce family and friends to the sport of fishing as well as for those experienced. We do encourage you to arrive early as space is limited around the pond. The Union Township staff have begun planning for the annual farmers market. The farmers market promotes local food and products while continuing to build a healthy community where we work and live. If you're interested in becoming a vendor in the 2024 Union Township Farmers Market, please visit the township's website. We have updated our website with an application on there, so you can complete the application. It will get emailed to staff. And then to round it all out, we encourage you to stay connected on social media and the township website for summer events. We've got a great concert series and additional family activities planned this summer.
Thank you,
This is
Sarah.
great. Did you
Quick
say
demo.
5,000 followers right now on Facebook?
Yep.
But the overall social reach is 52,000?
Yes.
Okay.
So a social reach includes people that are scrolling through pages. They may not follow us, but it may appear on their page because one of their friends follow us or somebody else likes it or shares
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, and then, and this is all, again, for community's sake too. I mean, this is the first time having anyone share this type of information to the board and get this out there. And, like, you turned on and started tracking, like, our Google Analytics and everything too, so you can start to see what's going on with the website and where people like to frequent, things like that, right?
Yes, so we recently started that, and Corey and I are working on updating some features on our website to make it a little bit user-friendly to engage more activity.
Yeah, yeah, no, this is great hearing and seeing this information the first time, because I just feel from the township perspective of 50,000 residents, it swells to over 100,000 with employees throughout the day, that, you know, that when you talk about what's transparency and communicating with the residents and having that two-way street of communication, what a wonderful tool to be able to get that out there. And I personally say thank you for your initiative on getting these type of new community engagement activities together and connecting with the community and helping to share the message of Union Township. So thank you, appreciate it. Is there anything that you need to help you do your job better that we're not giving to you yet?
I don't think so. Thank you,
Okay,
Beth.
Mr. Dills?
So Miami Township has a little less than 1,000, and Anderson has 9.2 thousand. So you're doing a great job. Keep it up. I want to beat Anderson, obviously, and but no.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. I know we will. And so, no, Lisa, you're doing a tremendous job. I love it. That was the one thing we struggled with last year is, you know, we put our concerts out. We have these cool movie nights. But we didn't really specialize in getting the word out so people can come out. You're doing an excellent job at it. So,
Are you saying that you don't like sandwich boards across the township?
Go with cheesy.
Are you saying you don't like those?
This is actually the first time people are seeing this information. We're putting this up on the website and creating social media events and things beginning tomorrow.
Yeah, this looks great.
What-
Thanks, Mr. Dills.
Have we got any update on the, I know we did vote on it and change it, our
URL?
our website?
Yeah, that'll be in my report, so.
Never mind, forget it. All good. Cool. Thank you, Ms. Lisa. Appreciate you.
You know, I have a couple of thoughts. So I know you worked closely with Mr. Wright doing the newsletter and the annual report. And, you know, it's not just me, but the public is seeing it. They're just very impressed with it all. And you know, that annual report that was just put out, I've looked at a lot of annual reports and, you know, over the past 40 years, I guess. And, you know, the one that you worked with Mr. Wright on to put out this time, it's frankly the best one I've ever seen. I was very impressed, very, very pleased with it. Appreciate the hard work and diligence you've been doing for Union Township. I was a gentleman over the weekend who brought up the newsletter, just out of the clear blue sky, completely unsolicited, was just talking about how great it was and how well written, and he wanted to know who was responsible for it. I told him Lisa R.
Thank you.
So your talents are certainly going noticed in the community, and you know, there's been some very noticeable turnaround here with events and the way things are happening on time, and the lack of stale information that's appearing, whether it's been in newsletter or on signs or whatever. And you know, you've been a very important part of all of that, and you know, and it's making us look good. So it makes our job a lot easier, and we're not getting complaints like we used to in the past. So I just want to say thank you very much.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it.
Good job, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, administration report, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So wanted to update the board. The open checkbook is up to date through February of 2024. Again, Mr. Campbell's office does a fantastic job with getting those records to the state. To Mr. Becker's point, the 2024 spring newsletter mailing was completed, and we are receiving word that they are now arriving in mailboxes, which is great. Just a couple of items regarding business before the board this evening. We do have an MOU before the board to formalize pay arrangements for some police department special assignments. Just a meeting note, Mr. McCormick will assist the zoning commission in a hearing on Wednesday, the 27th at 7 PM to consider marijuana text amendments initiated by the board at the prior meeting regarding Elmont Drive. Work continues on that drainage analysis regarding the Glen Willow Dam decommissioning effort. We continue to work on that, and we're examining grant opportunities to offset this expense through the state of Ohio. The Champions Way intergovernmental agreement was executed. The project's now out for bid. We continue to work on the best option for sanitary sewer on that project. Pleased to report the 2024 Clermont County Chamber Economic Forecast Breakfast event was hosted at Crossroads East Side here, and once again was a tremendous success. Anybody that had the opportunity to attend that event, there was some great information attended, and again, proud to be the presenting sponsor for that, and I appreciate the board's support in that regard. The 2023 annual report was finalized. I'll spare everybody the long link that I provided in the trustees report, but it's very easy to find on our website under annual reports. And again, Lisa did a fantastic job on compiling and condensing that information. We are, regarding the URL, we're still working to change to the new domain name of uniontownship.gov. And special thanks to Brandon Miller and Lieutenant Blankenship to spearhead this initiative. We continue to monitor and advise once the entity or the agency that's responsible for that reviews that. We have submitted the paperwork and we are awaiting our initial response. My understanding is we have to do some verification, some other things, so it can take time. And it's been complicated by the fact that they, as I understand it, they completely scrapped or revamped their system at the end of last year. So we're sort of, I think, in a little bit of a backlog with the entity that's doing it, but we're in the process. So we are continuing comprehensive review of policy manual updates. It's something we should do periodically, working with the fiscal office in that regard. And we've completed a review of our. As I understand it, they completely. We've completed our review of the retention schedule and our work, and actually we are having a records commission meeting. So just a little bit of for the public and for the board. The records commission is Mr. Campbell and the chairman of the board. So Mr. Becker, congratulations, you're it this year. And that meeting will be held on March 22nd at 11 a.m. So that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Logue, anything?
Yeah, Mr. Wright, wanted to say you've been off and running, so thank you. We greatly appreciate it. Still, please find time for your family and your kids, and but no, really, we appreciate what you're doing. I know you're putting late hours in. So, aside from that, the question URL is that a regulatory issue right now, or is it a vendor lock issue? And then you're referencing like the vendor had something.
There's an entity. I think it's through it's as Lieutenant Blankenship says, it's the .gov entity. It's the firm or the federal,
.gov.
Yeah, the .gov, and that's where the choke point is. And I guess they sort of shut their, as I understand it, they shut their application system down and then brought it back up online right around the time that I started, and it was one of the first priorities that I had to get that off and running, and they've been working on that, got the application filed for that, and then there's a mandatory minimum, response time that they provide you. I think they have something like 20 days, which again, that's probably a minimum response time, I'm guessing. It could take longer. We're sort of at their mercy, but yeah, we are in that process.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And board, I'm just, uniontownship.gov, I guess I'm drawing a blank on that. Was our top priority, right? Is that right? Yeah. Hate to have the gov be a barrier for you guys, but it sounds like you're far enough along that it's gonna get there in short order, so.
We're plugging away.
Yeah. Okay, good deal. Nope, thank you very much.
Mr. Dills?
Well, Mr. Wright, you're doing great. Love it. No, I have nothing for you. You're good. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I guess the only thought I have, Mr. Wright, is just earlier today, I guess I was, thinking about the meeting, making sure I had all my ducks in a row before we got here, is just how much I appreciate you. And just, I really do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to public hearings.
And then, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I was looking at this. I'd actually like to make a motion to amend the agenda.
Okay.
And flip-flop the zoning cases. I have a feeling that the second zoning case on the agenda will be pretty quick, whereas the second one, I think that's why everyone is here. So let's just out of sake of respect for the second folk.
I'd be
that'd
willing to,
right.
is that a motion?
So I'll entertain a motion, I'll make a motion to amend the agenda and flip-flop the two zoning cases.
So moved.
That works for me as well. So that was, I think you made the motion, second, Mr. Logue. Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, with that, we're going to do the zoning case, what is it, I'm sorry if I mispronounced it, Hessel Stone Facilities. It's a case number 3-24-0. Mr. McCormick, the floor is yours, please.
Yes, thank you. So the location of the site is 497 Round Bottom Road, parcel number indicated in the report, creator site zone industrial. This is the site by existing map, part of the township. Parcel zone industrial with the state residential around it, and proposed improvement on the west side of the track, thus the agreeing with the overlay request. Topography. The site is in the floodplain, however, there are no steep slopes on the site, and the applicant does intend to work with the county building department as far as getting the structure raised in an acceptable manner, being in the floodplain. The applicant's request is to essentially create a new building that would house some office space and some storage space. If it were on the other side of the property, there would be no need for the overlay request, but because the property to the west and to the south is zoned estate residential, thus the need for the overlay. This is what the building is proposed to look like. It's a 1,280 square foot office and storage building. They have another 4,480 square foot structure being built on the other side of the property that is not going through the overlay process. Here's some pictures of the site. This is looking southwest on Round Bottom, northeast on Round Bottom, south towards the site where the building would go, east towards the site, south to southwest, left to right, looking north towards the river. And these are the recommended modifications that are left from the staff report. Any questions for me?
Mr. Logue, any questions for Mr. McCormick?
No, I have none. Thank you.
Mr. Dills? anything?
Presentation? No, cut and dry.
Okay, let's move on to the public hearing then. Are there any proponents for this case? Proponents? Okay.
The applicant? Yeah. Yep.
I need to swear you in. We can do this both at the same time. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I need name and address for the record, please.
Andrea Hessel,
Andrew Hessel,
same address.
Great.
2910 Court Ropes Lane, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Great. You have the floor.
45244.
We're proposing this new structure. We feel like it'll make our property look a little bit nicer, a little bit more presentable. We will be able to keep the mess and all of the dust from the fabricating to a minimum in this facility. Storage, office space for the two of us to work as we expand our business.
Looks like a nice building.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Logue, anything?
No, I know exactly where your property's at. I drive past that frequently, right on Round Bottom, right? Yeah. Yeah, I do think, I think that's a cool structure, nice building, and you got a beautiful view out looking out towards the river there as well too. But I always look at the stonework so that you have there too, so you can go both ways. So no, we're happy to have you here in the township and staying and you know, and what you're investing into the business yourself. So yeah, it's good. No, I don't have any questions.
Mr. Dills?
Yeah, I had no residents reach out to me with any negative comments at all. That's why I knew this case would be cut and dry, so we just get you guys out of here. It's a pretty building. It's gonna be an upgrade to your property. Love it. Thanks for being part of Union Township. So yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah, I did a drive-by and was impressed with the view. And yeah, I didn't see any reason to object to this, but you never know. That's why we're having a hearing to find out. Okay, well, thank you very much then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other proponents for this case? Any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Anybody opposed to this case? Opponents. How about an interested party? Opponents, interested party. Looks like that's it. Okay, then we'll close that out. Any comments from the board, Ms. Logue? Nothing in addition? Mr. Dills, anything in addition?
It's all good.
Sounds like we're good. Okay, I'm good. Mr. Campbell, roll call, please. Well, wait, hang on, we need a motion. Motion to approve the zoning case number 302-Z.
3 dash,
Did I say it wrong?
243200.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking.
You're looking at the first
We
one.
switched
Yep,
my
yep.
apologies. All right, let me try that again. I would like a motion to approve case number 3-24-0.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any final comments here? All right, Mr. Lowe, or I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
Yes,
motion carries.
and you are approved. Go build your building.
Congratulations.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next case. I'll try to keep them in order this time. Number 302Z, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you.
What do you got?
This is for a case involving the Terrace Ridge subdivision. It's on Terrace, 2 sites that are part of that. The request is off of Terrace Hill Trail and Terrace Ridge Drive. We have a total of 5 additional townhouse lots being requested and 6 single-family lots being requested. This is the affected area. This is the zoning of the site and the adjacent property. Most of the adjacent property to the east is, and to the south is R4, as well as the rest of the site, and then the property west is ER. This is a site with the aerial topography, well, topo will show up. So the green area areas that are highlighted represent the areas of the proposed request, particularly the northwest corner of those 2 areas. The proposed single-family lots at the end of Terrace Ridge Drive would go from 8 to 14 lots, and there would be 5 additional multifamily lots added to the north for where the multifamily units are. So the existing subdivision has 349 total lots already, 246 single-family, 103 multifamily. The applicant's proposing 360 with 252 single-family and 108 multifamily as a result. Overall density would potentially be, if approved, would go from 2.73 units per acre to 2.82 units per acre. Terrace Ridge was originally approved in 2002 with 293 units. In 2012, went up to 306 units. In 2014, it went up to 349 units. And that's also when the private connection for emergency access only was created from the multifamily units at the northern part of the development to the southern part of the development. Here's some slides of the affected area. This is the northern part of the condo area, southwest towards Terrace Hill Trail towards the end. This is looking from the end towards the proposed addition area on Terrace Hill Trail. Looking south, this is where the 2 lots back in the interior of the subdivision were turned over to the HOA or POA for common space. And this is another part of that 4-acre lot that was turned over for common open space. This is looking southwest on Terrace Ridge Drive, where the proposed additional 6 single-family houses would be located at the end. This is looking at the end southwest to northwest. This is looking southwest to west. The existing barn there would get taken down for these improvements regardless of whether the additional lots are added. Here's the list of recommended modifications. With that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Mr. Logue, any thoughts?
Board members, while I do not own property immediately adjacent to the area being considered tonight, I do own a home in the development and the HOA, and therefore I will abstain from discussion or voting on this matter.
Your prerogative, okay. Mr. Dills?
Mr. McCormick, just for layman's terms, like I'm a 5th grader, did I hear right? So basically, we're adding 1 condo building that'll have 5 tenants in it, is that correct? Not tenants, but residents, and then I heard 6 single-family homes, is that correct?
Yes.
Additional, and you said how much for the single-family homes, what is that per acre?
So the overall acreage number is currently around 2.73 for the entire development of 127.46 acres, and that would jump to 2.82, so around 100th of an acre increase. overall.
See. Correct me if I'm wrong, there is already an approval from the previous trustees.
Yes.
So not us sitting up here that's already approved for an
That's-
additional 100, what was it?
This, what you see here approved, whether it's highlighted or not, is what's already been approved in 2014 as far as the configuration. What's bubbled around in that, in those red areas are the areas that are impacted by this request. Specifically, the two in the, would be upper left-hand corner. The large one that otherwise is bubbled there in the lower right-hand corner is just the common area that was turned over to the homeowners association. So that's not really impacted in tonight's request. It's the two in the upper left-hand corner.
I got you. How many units are projected to be built based on what was approved previously?
Total, 349.
So 349 units will be built regardless of how we vote tonight.
Yes,
And then the builder is wanting to add an additional 6 single-family homes and one condo unit that'll have 5 residents in it.
yes.
Okay, basically, we're just trying to get more added on to the build. Is that
Yep.
what I'm getting at, basically? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect, that's all I got. So I'm sort of clarity.
Excuse me, I'd like to make one thing clear. These are not condominiums that you're talking about.
Sir,
We'll
you'll
there.
get your opportunity, sir.
These are townhomes, they're not condos, the difference.
You'll have your opportunity to speak, sir.
Okay. Well, Mr. McCormick, actually, can you clarify, are they condos or townhomes? Do they own it, or does the builder own it?
That I do not know offhand.
They are for sale, which would that not make it a condo and a condo? Okay, so if I need to actually know this, so,
What he's talking about are like stacked flat condos versus row, they're more like a row home style, 2-story unit.
okay, but a condo is a condo. If I own it, I own a condo. That's a difference between an apartment and a condo.
Deed out, yeah,
Okay, so it is a condo.
it's condos.
Okay, so each resident will have individual ownership, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought, okay. Yeah, I'm good. I'll answer all my questions.
Okay, let's open it up then for the public hearing. So are there any proponents for this case? Proponents? Mr. Monger, good to see you, sir. Need you to, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
I need your name and phone number, or name and address for the record,
Sure.
please.
Patrick Munger, 1335 Harbor Cove, Loveland, Ohio.
Thank you, go ahead.
All right, well, thank you. Good evening. We're pleased to be here tonight to answer any questions and go over what we're asking for in more detail. Just a point of clarification, the gentleman is correct that they are townhomes, they're not condos. They are fee simple, so there'll be an owner, so they're not rent. The main sort of, there's probably a lot of differences between a condo and a townhome, but simply put, condos, you're typically, you own the inside of the unit, and the outside is maintained by the condo association. In other words, like your roof, your windows, all exterior typically, whereas these townhomes, it's just like your house. You own the whole thing. You own the roof, you own the, so if there's a problem with the townhome, it's your responsibility. So, but they are classified as townhome.
So they're
But
not
for
condos,
sale.
they're townhomes.
Correct.
But they should be
They're for
privately
sale
owned.
townhomes, yes.
Thank you for that clarification.
So, again, I'll answer anything. I think, Mark, you summarized the request accurately. We don't have any issues and agree with the conditions that the staff report presented relative to the 4 or 5 bullet points. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Dills, anything?
Yeah, and then, Mr. Chairman, you'll let, because I think we have a handful of opponents, you'll let Mr. Munger, I assume, address.
Yeah, I was going to suggest
Okay,
when we're done here,
afterwards.
Mr. Rock, if you just grab a chair in the front row,
Yeah.
because we might need you to come back up to
But-
clarify and answer questions.
But I do
hang
want
on.
to ask a few things. So, with this case, I did a decent amount of homework on this. So, Mr. Munger, are you are representing the owner, the builder?
The developer.
Correct.
in this particular case, the developer, which is the company, Miami View Properties.
Got it, okay.
They own the property, and we would develop and sell the lots to a home builder.
Did Miami View Properties build out the rest of Terrace Ridge?
They developed everything. They've sold lots to a variety of home builders. I think initially it was Ryan Homes, did the townhomes down below and the single families above. And then most recently, that middle section that was going to be a school site, those homes were built by Brookstone Homes. And then we would, under this proposal, Miami View Properties would be the developer to extend the townhome road as well as the road up top. So Miami View Properties would be the developer, yes.
Fair enough, fair enough. So I got to prepare you a little bit, because I think I talked to a little less than 10 folks that live back in Terrace. I'm going to call this whole area Terrace Ridge. Hopefully that's okay.
Yeah.
But to make it easier. And so, and I got to tell you, I think you're going to have a lot of people up here that are not very happy. And so I want to make sure that it's our job, tonight it's just Mr. Becker and I, Mr. Lowe's abstaining, but our job to do what's best for the township, but also represent the folks that elected us. And so we have to do both, what's best for the township. I want to see businesses flourish and do well and grow, but also what do the residents want, and that's the direction we have to go. So I talked to quite a few residents, well, about 10, 8 to 10 folks about this case. And so I want to give you an opportunity. Here, I have some feedback that I got. And so I want to give you an opportunity to maybe address some of these things, and you're going to hear as well a lot of folks tonight. So first one is I heard, and I did not do my homework to verify what these residents said, so I have to trust them at their word. But one of them is that the pool was an issue, and the pool was caving, it was falling down, the foundation was just awful, and the insurance found the builder at fault. And again, if I could be wrong on my facts, so I'll let you address it, but the insurance found the builder at fault, which I would assume would be Miami View. And the HOA basically at the end of the day, because then you were not, Miami View didn't want to pay for it, and there's a lawsuit going on. Anyways, the HOA just kind of got stuck with it and said, we got to fix this. So they spent $700,000 plus of the HOA money to fix the pool, from my understanding. That's one concern that I heard consistently across the board, was that the pool was never taken care of. There wasn't warranted at all, or maybe it was barely outside the window. And so that was one thing. Another issue was I had several homeowners say that the builder gave a 10-year warranty, and the warranty was up, and their foundation was just crippling and falling apart. And I even had an elderly couple say they had to tap into their retirement and spend $70,000+ to fix their own foundation because the builder wouldn't honor the warranty. I guess maybe they were barely outside their 10-year mark. I heard that the pool was very, very overcrowded, and obviously with the additional 349 units, plus the additional 6, plus the additional 5 condo, or the 1 condo with 5 residents, that the overcrowded. Townhomes, my apologies. They're just the overcrowding of one pool. It's just not very fair given the HOA cost-benefit ratio. And they said if this happens to go through, my goodness, you're going to need another pool. That was another thing. That they also use that, I believe at the end of the cul-de-sac, all the residents use that land for like your park area, your green space area, your picnic area, and obviously that would all be taken up with this build. Everyone loves the barn. They don't want to see it go away. They use it for meetings and host parties and things like that. And then if Mr. Taylor, if you want to comment, you don't have to if you want, but I've heard that we spent a lot of time out there in Terrace Ridge, a lot of potholes, a lot of surface paving, a lot of fixing. Is that, can you agree, or more than the average community?
We've had some great issues. I don't know if we're there more than, we've been there quite a few times.
Quite a few, okay.
I don't know number-wise.
Fair enough. No, and I didn't prep him for that, so I put him on the spot. But so that basically, Mr. Munger, I want you to give a chance to say, hey, I want to make this as loud and clear that we only partner with businesses. We try our best to partner with folks, businesses that want to be neighbor neighbors, good neighbors, and that want to do right by the community and the residents in any way, shape, or form. So I listed off a bunch of concerns that I heard from residents, so kind of the floor is yours if you want to
All right.
tackle them.
As far as the pool and the whole lawsuit, I was not with Miami View Properties then. That happened a decade or so ago. I've been with them since 2020.
Okay.
So I don't, I know it existed. That's about the extent. So I apologize, but I did not and was not obviously prepared to answer that question. But I can certainly report back or get back with the board with a response to that question. So I'm not trying to dodge it. I just,
It's okay.
I have
No worries. It's all right.
no
Yeah.
knowledge of it.
Fair enough.
As far as the, so we had the pool.
Oh, so the foundation
The
on
foundation
folks'
issues.
homes are just,
You know,
it's,
as developers, we develop the land, put in the streets, put in the, all the infrastructure, that ultimately is inspected and approved and accepted, by the commissioners and then turned over to the trustees in this particular case. So we would have, once we, sell the lot, then that's where our, jurisdiction, if you want to call it that, that's where our responsibility ends. And the particular home builder, that's where they're, we sell the lot, and then once the home is built, that's a contract and a relationship with the homeowner and the home builder. Having said that, I know since I've been on board the last 4 or 5 years, we did finish out Northview. There's the most current section, which I believe is called Section 7, Northview, and then the extension, can't remember the road there, but there was about 28 homes that Brookstone has built. So since 2015, 2016, Brookstone has been the single-family home builder. And we do have plans and intentions to contract or to work with Ryan Homes on the townhome product. I don't know if your product or the foundation complaint in particular was on the single-family side or if it was down low. But again, our reach, if you will, it ends once we sell that lot. And that's where the home builder comes into play. I guess relative to the pool and the size, just want to make a small correction. You'd point out there's an additional 300 and some lots, 349 is the total. That's what's approved. So
Correct.
there's not an additional 300 lots going to be used in the pool.
oh, no, I understand
Yeah,
completely. So
yeah.
I just want
So-
everyone in the audience to know that whether we vote yes or no on this, you got another 349 residents coming into that neighborhood.
No, 349, that's what's approved there. That's essentially is what's built, and so 340 some is what's approved.
Wasn't there already a
So
previous?
we're only
11
asking.
11
we're-
new housing units?
We're only asking for 5 townhomes,
No, I
additional
understand.
5 townhomes, and 6 single-family.
So I'm going to defer, Mr. McCormick, I asked the question. I thought the previous Board of Trustees voted on this, and it just hasn't been built yet. Is there not going to be new additional homes being built? Am I mistaken on this?
There are additional lots and homes to be built in this configuration that you see. And that's the phase that hasn't been built. But overall, there were 349 units approved.
Total, including what's there.
Including what's there and including what's already approved and what you see in green here. The next slide here is what's proposed, and what's highlighted here really doesn't really accurately represent the changes. It's the bubbled areas that you're looking at.
For clarity's sake,
Yeah.
so 349 total, how many is currently there? It's about 90% built out.
I don't know how big the last phase is. I think it's
Okay.
showing up here as 7 detached and 44 attached. Yep,
Okay.
that's what's left.
Okay.
unless the additional 11 are added.
I understand. Okay, my mistake. Okay,
Yeah.
I understand. Okay, perfect.
Mr. Dills, I was down there today to look at another issue, and I'd say, I have some history here or whatever, I'd say the subdivision, if I had to put a ballpark on it, it's about 90 to 92% built out. The single family is nearly all built out. The
There's
condo-
one single-family lot.
Right.
And
That-
then,
That's already been approved that you haven't built out yet.
Plus this
plus
little area.
the end, right,
This little area.
right.
So
Okay.
your single family is almost all built out, and then your single family attached product is, that second phase is yet, it stops at that little cul-de-sac
Correct.
radius that you see right there.
I see. Okay, we're good. Okay, my apologies.
No problem.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had.
All right.
That's all I have for him, sir.
Okay. Okay, is there any other, no, I'm good. Is there any other proponents for this case? Any other proponents? Okay, are there any, no, I guess there are opponents. I'll start reading names, how's that? And so I got 1, 2, 3, 4. If there's anybody else that wishes to be, either way, proponent or opponent, cards are back in the back of the room. But let's start with Bill, is it Moeller, M-O-L-L-E-R? Mr. Mueller, I need to swear you. You tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Name and address for the record, please.
Bill Moeller, 5224 Lower Lake Drive.
Great, you have the floor, go ahead.
Thank you. I've been a resident from that area since about 2017. The area that I'm in is the the patio homes that are near the green space that was formerly the school. The concerns that I have, and I'll limit it to my specific points, my concern is that the lot sizes for the single-family homes, the lot size is smaller and the frontage is smaller than the existing homes. And my request is that the lot size and the frontage be consistent with the homes that are already there. And that will preserve the visibility and the functionality of appeal to that area. The second issue has to do with recommended modification number 4, which has to do with the private emergency access drive. That is between the current development and the new development. The access to the current development, the townhomes, comes down onto Round Bottom. This one would join the two neighborhoods together up at the top of the hill. My question is, does that emergency access only? In other words, the emergency access vehicles are the only vehicles that are permitted to go on that private drive?
Mr. McCormick, can you answer that question?
Yes, so in researching it, I actually had talked to you here the other day. I
Yes.
did not have all the answers at that point in time, but yes, that is supposed to be a gated access with Knox box or some other means to prevent vehicle entry except for emergency services.
Okay, thank you, because the concern is that it would become a shortcut or a cut-through from Round Bottom through the neighborhood. So that's good to know. The other question I have about that is who is going to be responsible for maintaining that?
Mr. McCormick, do you know the answer to that question?
That is from the records from 2014, that is to be a privately maintained access.
And is there any particular township or county standard by which that will be maintained?
That is actually in part what we're looking for in item 3 of the staff report for the recommended modifications. We want to make sure the engineer's office and the fire department are both finding that emergency access to be acceptable.
Okay, so the fire department and the engineer will determine how that looks, how it's built?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. I won't go into other areas because there are other folks here that will do that. I want to thank you for the opportunity of addressing the board, and I want to thank Mr. McCormick for his report and his availability for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Michael Leaf, come on up. Need to swear you. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Name and address for the record,
Michael
please.
Leaf, L-E-A-F, like a leaf on a tree. Address at 603 and 595 Round Bottom Road, adjacent to this development.
Great, get on the floor, go ahead.
A couple of things I want to touch on. Mr. Dill mentioned earlier about being a good neighbor. I don't think we're getting one. A good neighbor is somebody who communicates well, doesn't drop by unannounced, is doing something in the backyard, he lets you know about it, he just doesn't cut stuff down. And if he's going to build something, he's got permits to do it. I'm not so sure this is the case. The folks at Terrace Ridge amended their development in 2012 for density. They've just done it again with this one, smaller houses. Let's talk about communication. Last summer, I'm walking around my property and I hear a hammer driving survey stakes in. Did I get a phone call anybody was going to come? Did I get a phone call from anybody that they were going to be there? No, I did not. Not too long after that, I found out what the development was going to do, and not too long after that, I got another visitor that came up the driveway unannounced, and I'm not going to get his name right, and don't worry about that. That'll take. I'm going to give this to Mr. McCormick here. That's the business card I got from the engineer. He was a structural engineer. Well, I wish I could say his name, but I can't. Talked about the development and wanted to know if I had concerns. And I said, yeah, I've got concerns. On the hillside, there are a number of springs that flow constantly. And what I want eventually Mr. McCormick to do with the mapping is to give you an idea where those are. That's when I think I got from him Mr. Monger's business card. I called several times and finally got a response. Gave him an overview of what I thought of the project, and he said, well, he'll give me a call back. He never did. When he did call back after some of mine, he decided to meet me out on site because he had to be out there anyway. So in the meantime, a crew started clearing and grinding up the trees and shrubs that you've got some photographs of that hillside. And I talked a little bit about the active springs and things with both the engineer and also Mr. Monger. There's two large cottonwoods. Go back, can you show me the map of the green section that you've got? If you look at the top left of that particular area there, and I've got a drawing, there are a number of houses that are just at the property line. My property line is the one that comes up from Round Bottom Road there at 603. That comes up and makes that little left-hand turn inside that red mark. Right at the top of that little cut is a spring. A spring that generates about 1,500 gallons a day, July. It's been doing it for hundreds of years. And that spring is going to be sitting right in the middle of the end of that cul-de-sac on the lower level that has already been approved prior council, or prior board. I'm looking at this lot 351, 352, 350, and 350, 249, 350 are gonna be wet. I don't know of any structural engineer that's gone and walked the property. I don't know if the EPA's been doing, whether Soil and Water's taken a look at it. I don't know any of that. I've not been told. Also, on the other side of the property, it's at 595. Look at the top lower section in green. And I'll look at that. Those particular locations, which are proposed up on the hill. Lot 143, lot 399, lot 398, 397, and 396 are the bottom six on that green. And there's a cul-de-sac there that's going there. Just above that second left-hand turn is another spring that's generating about the same 1,500 gallons a day. Both of those springs generate water down that ends up in these four. If If you're familiar with Clermont County and you drive down Beechwood Road, you see a sign that says Salt Run. Or not Salt Run, what's it called? East Fork Watershed, Hall Run. That watershed goes down Beechwood Road, goes under Round Bottom, goes underneath North Fork Southern Railroad, goes back between the Gun Club and my property in Milford, hooks up with another water runoff that is the water runoff of that development from the two springs that go under Round Bottom Road and match up with Hall's Run before it goes into the East Fork. Was an environmental study done with this? Do we know? Has anybody looked at the water runoff or anything? Don't know. You need to look at that. The other thing being that, do you show any of the mulch piles that surround this as a silt barrier? You got any photographs of that? I know I do, if you don't. There's just a silt barrier that's on Round Bottom Road. There's the riprap. Oh, I'm sorry, you can guess. There's the some of the riprap that was put in where the two sycamore trees got torn down. The guy that cleared the water almost lost a bobcat in there because he thought he blew out the hydraulic oil, but it was just a spring that he buried the equipment in. There was so much water runoff after this land clearing that the county had to come down and dig out the ditch next to Round Bottom Road. It was full. So, I think there's a lot of homework that somebody needs to do on this. Also, next to that drive that comes up, that first lot, there's a blacktop road, an access road that comes up the hill. Those of you up on Terrace Road know exactly where that is, don't you? All right, what kind of shape's it in? Terrible, all right, terrible shape. Well, there's a reason for that. They never finished it. It was supposed to have a lock gate under phase one of this development. It didn't have a lock gate. They didn't maintain it under the guidelines that they had with their homeowners association. So now this next one's gonna go right to where it is again. I think we're biting off a little more than we can chew here. I think he's got a bad history of this. I think with the other development, when he was county engineer and involved with it on the other side, you know, and when it gets really wet, that's the runoff of that spring, the one that they put the riprap in, that comes down over my property onto Round Bottom Road. Well, my beeper went off. My 5 minutes are up. Here's my recommendation. Take a good hard look at this, get some good answers. And I think one of the things that you'll find is that we got some problems. And lastly, does this property and what they're gonna do with it up there because of the water runoff and everything that's going on, how does this property fall under the guidelines of your Article 11, Section 1305, fall under the focus area overlay district regulations and characteristics? Which means a 20% slope. How's a slope that you can't use? 20%. Aquifer? Well, I think we've got a couple aquifers going down to the East Fork River. It talks about forest, wood cover, and being in, and taking a look at the floodplain. That creek that goes down and cuts in behind the gun club that goes into East Fork is in the floodplain. So, you're seeing some things that don't jive here. So, be careful, do your due diligence, let the fire department look at the roads. The cul-de-sacs aren't big enough to make a U-turn. I can bet on that based on the measurements. So I think, please take a good hard look at this, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, and
Thank you, Mr.
have a nice night.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, also, folks, we're gonna take, I'm gonna, in about 10 minutes, board's gonna take, we're gonna do a 5-minute bio break. I got 8 more cards here, so it would be, you know, unless you want us to be here till midnight, and we can, if that's what y'all want. But it'd be, you know, best to kind of summarize high level what your concerns or complaints are. That was a friendly request. Gary Materna? Come on up. My apologies if I mispronounced that.
It's okay. I was going to ask if I could be an interested party.
Yes, you can be interested.
I didn't come with a predetermined position.
Still need to swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Gary Materna. I've been a resident of the development for 6 years with my wife and family.
Address?
5286 Terrace Ridge Drive.
Great, thank you.
So a couple things, I guess I'll just start off I've been listening, as I said, I'm an interested party. And where that top, I'll call it the top green part, that's behind my home. And there's a very steep slope there. And several months ago, they deforested the area. It looks like a strip mine, if you've ever been in a strip mining area. There's been no provision for erosion, runoff, as the person that just spoke. They really haven't dealt with anything. They've had problems in the past that, and it's in the Planning Commission's notes, that when they changed the last stage of development, there's a lot of things that they were told to do, they never did it. So, and same with the good neighbor policy. Fool me once, fool me twice. Past performance is an idea of what we can expect. The developer, sir, I wanted to ask, is there anyone also from the development company that knows more about the lawsuits, rather than send a person here to say, well, I wasn't part of the company? That's not very reasonable, I don't think. It's convenient, but I think they should have had somebody that knows the whole history. It's been a bad history from what I know. Lawsuits, the fire access. Chief, don't we need two means of egress and access? And if there's gates on there, I lived in California. I lived in New Orleans when you needed evacuations. Private vehicles had to be able to go down that road to get away from the development or a natural disaster or crime. And I'm rambling here. The pool, overcrowded, not really maintained, and we've had that problem. Why are we bringing a higher concentration of people into an area with smaller lots, smaller frontage? Is there any benefit to the community? Are the residents getting a tax break? There's got to be over 1,000 people that already live here in that development. And when you're talking about condos and townhomes, are these townhomes required to be owner-occupied residences? I believe a lot of them are rental units. I would think that doesn't always add to the community, quality of life, possibly, maybe a judgmental. And I liked when you said, I didn't bother calling you, so I've got a lot of comments. When I said we lived in California, my wife and I lived off of Santa Monica Boulevard. In California, you don't build on hillsides without putting piles in. You don't allow deforestation. You have to allow for environmental concerns. And speaking of environmental, I was told that they have found fossils in the stones during the construction of this development that predate the dinosaurs. Can't quote you, but is there anybody looking at anything that we're damaging a historical place because of all this rock and runoff? Again, the slopes, greater than 1 and 5, you gotta have reinforcement. Since they've stripped out all those trees behind our property and the steep slope, well, in 5 years, 10 years, that water runoff is gonna add up. Where's the developer gonna be? He just sells it to the builder. Site development is part of the planning. They deal with our people, they deal with the township. You can't have people allowing mudslides, potential erosion. You just can't do that. How in the world, when you made some adjustments and modifications for the previous additional development, how did you not enforce the cul-de-sacs, the construction of that emergency road? That was 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Nobody's said, hey, you come to us 10 years later and ask for an adjustment on our zoning? How about meeting the standards that you or someone else agreed to 10 years ago? I think that's really important. And Commissioner Dills, you mentioned, sitting here, I said, oh, you mentioned the elderly. I realized I'm one of the elderly. I'm retired. So I'm possibly being affected with additional costs, loss of property value due to the negligence or, what's the right word? Not being knowledgeable of standards that are already proven in other parts of the country and are being ignored. Does the developer, when he sells to the builders, does he have any stake, or does the township have a right to expect certain land preparations to be followed? And the runoff, the natural springs that we talked about, we've had some recent construction that I've been on construction sites where you don't leave your lot without washing off the trucks and personal vehicles so that none of that dirt gets tracked down the roads. Ask any of my neighbors here, in the last even 2 or 3 weeks, and it's not even major construction, it's 1 or 2 homes, the streets are covered with mud. Nobody cares. Nobody's doing anything about it. Well, if you ask somebody, nobody told them they had to wash off, leave the land, the soil, the mud, building debris, leave it on the job site. Don't track it down through our streets, run it off into our streams and clear waters. So I'm kind of rambling, but I got my points out there. I guess I would be not in favor, and I really recommend that a lot more homework has to be done. And, you know, we don't need higher density. That's not improving. We don't need higher density in that development or in your township to improve the quality of life. You know, that green space, they pointed out, at the end of that cul-de-sac, that was used as green space. So really, they're taking away green space by the neighborhood, not dedicated, but actual green space. When we bought the home, we saw that was green space. You go out there and play with your kids, play ball, grandkids. They're taking that away, and not only taking it away, but making the lot smaller. Why? So they can sell more? It doesn't benefit the neighborhood. Please reconsider. A lot more homework has to be done. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so as I said, 8 o'clock, it's 8 o'clock, we're going to take a brief break. We're going to come back, and then we're going to hear from everybody else who wishes to speak. Mr. Lowe, could I have a motion to recess for approximately 5 minutes?
Is that fair? Is that right? Yeah, motion, yeah, so moved.
Second, or,
All
yeah.
right, Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker,
Yes.
we're adjourned at 8 PM.
Actually, we can go and start, because he's recusing himself.
All right, we ready? All right, so you'll make the motion to come out of executive session?
It's not, it's recess.
Recess.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Lowe, you want to make the motion to come out of recess?
So moved. Second?
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes.
We're out of recess at 8:10 PM.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Mr. Wright, go ahead.
since we got quite a bit of testimony in front of us, went ahead and excused the service director and the police chief and fire chief. We got a lot of testimony in front of us, and I can drive after we're done with that. So-
Did they have any objection to that and really wanted to stay?
No, they twisted their arms. They were, yeah, so,
All right.
all right, thanks.
That was a good move. Okay, so we're going to continue. The next on my list is it Lauren Morris? Lauren Morris. Come on up. I need to swear you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, name and address for the record, please.
Lauren Morris, 5304 Terrace Ridge Drive, Milford, Ohio. So we are actually in the single-family homes, so in that area, directly adjacent to the new space. So we, right on the top, on the north side, right there, that's where I live. So we selected our lot in 2012, whenever they built out that section. We were actually told during the home buying process that we were gonna be the last house in the neighborhood. They weren't gonna build any closer to that current single-family home that's not part of our HOA. We were told that's as far as they're gonna go. This house does not want them any closer. They sold all of the land. You're not gonna have anybody next to you. So that was a huge factor in our decision-making. We wanted that privacy, the space next to us. We use that space all the time. I speak on behalf of a couple of neighbors that couldn't be here tonight. That space is used all the time. We have Easter egg hunts and, T-ball tournaments, and it's just this unused space, and it's actually flat, which is rare in our neighborhood. So we've been using that for, the better part of 13 years. 12 years here. But really, one of the things is the space, but then I'll speak for some of our Lakeview neighbors. I mean, as some people will also point out, these street names are named after views. They're Lakeview, like Terrace, whatever. That view is going to be completely gone. You're going to be staring at the back of these townhomes. I'll be staring at the back of the townhomes, but the people on Lakeview, in that section that juts out, are just going to be staring at a wall of homes, and that's not what they were sold either. I think it was in the pamphlet that was sent out that Horizon 2030 plan also states that it's best achieved through densities approaching 2.5 to 4 units per acre. And these lots are 1.3 acres, so they are tiny. They're significantly smaller than the current homes on Terrace Ridge Drive. They're approximately 2,000 to 3,000 square feet less than our existing home lot, and have, I think someone mentioned, the 10 to 20 feet less road frontage. So they're really squeezed in there. I think there might be, if I'm getting it right, maybe 10 feet in between these homes. They're tightly packed. So they're smaller than the average, and from what I understand, I could be wrong, but I don't think that they meet the requirements of our current HOA bylaws. So where they would be in our bylaws, like, are they allowed to be in our HOA? Are we gonna have to amend bylaws to add them? Obviously, that comes with a large fee anytime you wanna change your bylaws. So it brings up the question of what HOA. This area is actually 2 different HOAs, so fighting over who is gonna be part of an HOA.
will obviously be an issue. You mentioned the landslides that people are having. And these lots, especially on the proposed section on the north side, I mean, those are gonna be built right on a hill. So that's gonna be the same issue that I can think of probably 5 houses in the neighborhood right now that are dealing with landslides, either down the hill towards the front of the neighborhood or even one that's going into the lake. So, I mean, they're just smashed in there in every way possible without a lot of studies being done of, like environmental corrections that were talked about by Gary, I believe. I'll say there's also a lot of traffic in our neighborhood. There's only one entry and exit. You can't really fit 2 cars down the street at once because more and more people are coming into the neighborhood, parking on the street. I was gonna make my pitch to the fire department, but they have all left. But adding additional signage for a no parking, especially in front of fire hydrants, there's just not enough spots in our neighborhood sometimes. People are parking in front of fire hydrants, which is obviously an issue. Mentioned the pool. You'll probably hear a lot more comments about the pool. So I won't go into that exact issue, but obviously that's a capacity problem and it exists today. Adding these homes is not gonna fix that problem, obviously. I know you had mentioned the barn. I know that this current proposal gets rid of the barn either way, but I would be remiss not to make my pitch for the barn. Our community actually uses it pretty frequently. Birthday parties, Easter egg hunts. We have our annual Halloween party there. Graduations. I mean, I see them all. I'm right there. I can see parties constantly that people are using that. The Stark family that lives there has been very generous in letting us use that. And it's been great for our community. And then finally, I think the thing that concerns me the most is that in the proposed, not this, but the next one, that one, that they're not roundabouts at the end. So it looks like a dead-end street. Any sort of, delivery trucks, Amazon, FedEx, garbage trucks, snow plows, they already have a hard time at the end of our street getting around. So there's no way for them to turn around currently. And if anything, I feel like that needs to be a roundabout just so they can get around. I mean, people use our driveway constantly to turn around. Anyone here that's had to replace a mailbox, it's like $500 to replace a mailbox. It's insane. So yeah, they drive through yards, these big delivery trucks, and there's just no way to get around if you're at a dead-end street. So, just causing personal property damages. But yeah, at the very minimum, I would like a roundabout to be considered. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Beckman.
Go ahead, Ms. Sills.
Ms. Morris.
Yeah.
Who told you you were the last house being built at the end of the road?
That would have been the actual builder, Ryan Homes.
Ryan Holmes?
Mm-hmm.
And then, to the best of your knowledge, is Ryan Holmes the main builder of all those single-family homes?
They have built, if you go back to the last one, sorry, I keep doing that to you, but I believe most of that, so if you're coming up the neighborhood, that section, all the way around the curve, and then I think somebody can probably correct me if there's some down below, and the middle part is all Brookstone, where that red line is around there, those are all Brookstone
The rest is all Ryan,
homes.
for the most part?
Those are all Brookstone. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, but a good percentage is Ryan?
Yes.
Okay, got it, okay,
Yeah.
okay. That's all I got, Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Morris.
Okay, all
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
Okay, next up, is it Williams, Lori Williams? Yeah, come on up. Need to swear you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address for the record, please.
It's Lori Williams, 686 Lakeview Drive.
Great, thank you, go ahead.
I would like to come at this with, I'm a Realtor, and I've been one for 17 years. I've lived in the neighborhood for 10. one of the reasons why I built in the neighborhood was the views. It was a nice neighborhood. That center space where all the Brookstone homes are now, the builder told me that was designated green space forever, so that we wouldn't ever have to worry about anyone building behind us. Well, one morning we all woke up to bulldozers. So that's not a fond memory by anyone in the neighborhood. And then my home is on Lakeview, which faces, my backyard faces the pond. I have a beautiful view. As Lauren said, every street in our neighborhood is Center View, Miami View, Terrace View, Lower Lakeview, Lakeview, North View, everything's a view. And it's named that because we all have a beautiful view. With those townhomes coming in and the additional single-family homes coming in, taking out the barn and building up on the end of Terrace View, that's going to obstruct the view. It's going to crowd the neighborhood. I'm going to be looking at the back of a townhome or a single-family home with all this coming in. That brings down the appeal of our property, first and foremost, because who wants to look at that, okay? The poor people, you know, a lot of their yard got taken away when Brookstone came in and built that center part. And they had a wooded view. That's gone. I had a wooded view, and I still have my pond view, thank God. And I hope it continues that way. And a lot of us in that area, we've dealt with drainage problems. As many of the people say the same thing, the streets are so dirty all the time. The 10 years I've lived there, I have a membership to Mike's Car Wash. So it's just like, I'm always having to wash my car. It's just not anything that, we don't need more in the neighborhood, we don't need more building. It's just, overall, it's gonna bring down the integrity of the neighborhood. It's gonna be so many people. It's getting overcrowded right now. And it's just not gonna be good for us. Overall, for resale would be my point.
Okay?
That's pretty much what I have to say.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate your comments. Next up, James Swift.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
I need your name and address for the record, please.
James Swift, 5216 Lower Lake Drive. We've been residents of Terrace Ridge for about 5 years. I'll try and keep this brief. I've got a couple of pointed questions and then one comment. First question, Mr. McCormick. Section 8, is that a geographical designation or is that part of the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program?
Section 8 is actually the phase or section that it's in, not anything to do with the federal government designation.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir. We live on Lower Lake Drive. The name of the street on the current plan is Lower Lake East Drive. Is there a name change planned, or is that a typo?
This is the plan that they submitted to us. There's no plan to change the name, so whatever it is, we would keep it that way unless we would get a request to change it, which seems unlikely.
Okay, thank you. Do we know a price point on these 7 or 14 single-family homes? Because right now, houses are going for $400,000 in the neighborhood. Smaller lots, I'm assuming smaller price tag. What's that do to the rest of our property values?
It's a great question.
Fair point.
Next question. Can the construction traffic, instead of being routed up Miami View through everybody's yard, have a separate entrance off of Round Bottom? As the previous folks have said, I'm tired of living in mud. Brookstone never cleans the streets. Keeps Mike's Car Wash in business, but it's a pain in the butt for the rest of us. I'm referencing your recommendation modification number 4. What if the fire department does not improve the emergency access road? They turn it into a street, becomes a street, now it's a thoroughfare from the multifamily units up top. They're all going to be coming down our road. And if you've ever driven out of our neighborhood, come down to the bottom of our hill, when you hit Beechwood, you got a hill, it's a blind spot. I've almost gotten T-boned there multiple times. It's amazing to me that someone hasn't gotten killed at that intersection. So we need something done, if not stop signs, speed bumps, or a stoplight.
Where? Where at?
Come down Miami View, see where the big green space is?
Beechwood.
You go down towards Beechwood, down that big hill.
Yeah.
You got a T intersection, you can either go right or left on Beechwood. If you look down to your left as you're egressing the neighborhood, those cars are coming up off of that rise, usually going 40 to 45 miles an hour, and you've got maybe 20 yards before they're on you.
I drive that every day. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's dangerous. You got a lot of young kids driving, don't pay attention, new drivers. It's a recipe for disaster. Referencing your modification, number 2, changes to existing traffic circle at Miami View Trail, Terrace Ridge Drive, and Miami Hills Drive. What's that all about?
I can speak to that. Would you like me to speak
Yeah,
to that?
Mr. Administrator.
So,
Right, go ahead.
a while ago, more than a decade ago, there was some discussion. So, for whatever reason, the county, when the subdivision went in, when they built that, it was built, that roundabout is actually supposed to have those triangles or wedges in it at the approach throats to make sure that traffic goes right and not, and me personally, I've been up there and I've encountered a vehicle going the wrong way.
All the time?
Yeah, right. So, yeah, so that's a little shocking or whatever. Yeah, so anyway, that's a condition that those island wedges need to be installed and to complete that. So that's what that drives at.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all my questions. Gentlemen, thank you for your
All
time.
right, great, thank you very much. Okay, next up is Rob Robison.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Need your-
Sorry about my attire.
Not a problem. Name
No, you're
and,
good.
Yeah, I'm Rob Robinson. I'm actually the HOA president, 5182 Miami Hills Drive.
Great, thank you, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm not going to talk to what has already been brought up. I do want to say, if you are coming on Round Bottom around school time, when the bus picks up and Evans' big trucks are going on that road, it's a disaster waiting to happen. So to add more townhomes up there, I would be very cautious. I'm an educator. There's a lot of kids that come down that hill. And if there's additional places there that are added, a bus can't come up there. I mean, if you drive that up to the condos, we have issues with parking. In fact, I don't even know, and Mark, you and I have emailed a little bit, I don't even know if a fire truck could get up there. It would be hard pressed. So, as far as the builder, which he's gone, or the developer. So I wasn't the HOA president when the pool issue, I know you brought that up, but I did text the old HOA president, and basically what had happened was there was a lawsuit against the developer because the pool was not installed correctly. They basically said they weren't going to do anything with it. We had to take out loans. We finally did get ruling in our favor, but we still lost a lot of money as far as recouping costs. And also, when you come up into our subdivision, not to the townhomes, but to the single families, on the left-hand side, I think there was an erosion issue that the township actually had to fix. It's where the kids sled now. There's erosion issues. I mean, I've already gotten 2 emails on erosion issues. So I'm just very concerned with that developer, and I know that's a builder issue, some of it, but the developer, I don't think that they're doing their job correctly, but I'm not a builder. So last but not least, and I'm sorry Matt Taylor's gone, but Matt, I've emailed him probably 3 times, gotten no response, and it has to do with our streets. I know you had indicated that there were some potholes and stuff that we have done. Our streets are a mess. I mean, you go up to Polo Fields, it's beautiful. But I can't even get a response to say, hey, we want to work with you. What can we do to get the process started? I'm not saying you got to do it today or tomorrow, but where do we go on that pecking list? Nothing. And also the Brookstone, we sent them a letter. Yeah.
Robinson, go ahead, Mr. Ray.
I was gonna say, it's interesting you brought that up. I was up in the neighborhood today, and Matt and I had an extended conversation about the condition of the roads. I believe it needs to be a short, medium, and long-term approach to that. And I actually remember the landslide issue where we were able to work with the county on 2 separate slides. One, the sled hill now, and then the other one was down at the bottom. But I want to say I spoke to Matt at length about the condition of the roads there and, the need for, some interim fixes and then a longer-term strategy.
Thanks,
So,
Corey. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you letting me know. I thought I would have got a response, just to figure out what we need to do.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Dills, go ahead.
I'm just surprised. I would say we need to ask Mr. Taylor, because I tell you, Mr. Taylor's probably one of the best at responding. And I get, not just me, but from the residents. So, A, maybe it's going to his junk, or B, maybe it's a typo, I'm not sure, but we will make sure that,
Thank you.
yeah, because Mr. Taylor's usually very,
Okay.
that's one thing he's kind of known for, so I apologize for
No,
that.
no, hey, it's quite all right. The Brookstone, and this is more for the community, we've actually sent them letters, 2 letters, indicating that they need to clean up their mess when they're going down the streets. That still hasn't happened, so we have a couple lawyers on our board, and hopefully we'll get some resolution there. The last thing is the pool. With all those homes coming in, I mean, it's already at capacity. We're getting ready to put $50,000+ into the pool for this season. We want our community to enjoy it. When you have an additional maybe 48 people, if you do the math, I mean, probably even more than that, it's gonna be pretty tight. So that's all I have, gentlemen. Yes.
Okay, so, is it Robinson or Robinson?
Robinson, Robison.
Okay,
Yep.
Mr. Robinson, I appreciate you being here, and so you're in a unique situation, given that you're the president of the board. So let me ask you this, obviously, a lot of these folks probably voted for you, or they know you. So tell me the temperature of the overall community, not necessarily your personal opinion.
Yeah.
So when we make decisions up here, we have to sometimes take our personal opinion aside and just do what's best for the community. So what's the temperature you're getting from Terrace Ridge overall?
So personally, I think that they like the community the way that it is. We've got some things that we need to do from a maintenance perspective, but there are some issues along the lines of how things were done in the past as far as the developer and the builders. I think we're kind of a neighborhood, and when you start adding a lot of different changes that are going to impact us overall, I think we have an issue with that. And that's just what I'm seeing, on Facebook and also emails that the board gets.
Sure. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, great. That's all I have, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I got 3 left. Kyle, is it Hoxie? Hoxie?
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so be God.
I do.
Name and address for the record, please.
Kyle Hoxie, 696 Wakeview Drive. So I won't reiterate too much of what's already been said. My main issues are particularly by the pond and the barn issue, where they're trying to, from what's approved up there, 8 watts, I believe, or 7, I'm sorry, to 15, is that correct, Mr. McCoy? Is that what they're going to? 14? Okay, so essentially close to be doubling to the capacity of what's up there. Those lots are gonna be, from what I saw, about 1.13 acres. Mine is 0.19, and it's small. So I can only assume, one, just the setbacks in those homes are just gonna be so tight. The types of homes they could put on there, frankly, I can't believe the developer wants to do something a little bigger with the primo lots around the lake. That's my opinion. My main issue is, I've been in the neighborhood for over 10 years now. I think I'm on phase 3 or 4. I live on Wakeview Drive, just for reference. So I have seen multiple expansions happen all by the same developer. It all goes the same way. One day, the bulldozers show up, clear cut the whole entire hillside, like what we see down by Beechwood now, with no erosion barriers put up. That road has been flooded on multiple occasions, because I've driven my pickup through standing water on pretty big rainstorms. I can't see how that's kosher, and I would hope that would be looked into a little further. The other issue is when they're gonna be doing all this around the lake, my hope is, you know, I know it's gonna happen, I hope they don't clear cut the entire hillside. It was ridiculous, in my opinion, that they had to leave one strip of trees down by Beechwood and take everything else out. I mean, they're on I couldn't even tell you, like a 20% grade, you know, it's gonna erode, and it has been already. My other issue is with the pond, what is gonna be done to mitigate the erosion into that pond? Because I can tell you for a fact that every time I watch it rain, again, we have nice views, we watch the storms coming all the time, that pond goes straight brown for about 4 or 5 days with the amount of soil runoff from the existing construction. So I can only assume the sediment built up in that pond over 10 years, it's probably not that deep any longer. So what is going to be done to basically take care of the pond? Because if they want to turn that over to our HOA, that is a major expense. And I can't see how they can turn over something that needs a lot of work and money put into it to us until it's a turnkey product, as far as I'm concerned. And that goes with the pool and several other things in our neighborhood too. So really the density, it just doesn't work. I mean, you go through the rest of our neighborhood and then you want to crowd everything along here, and that's what I paid for, that's my view, I look at every single day. So again, I realize we're gonna have development down there, it just needs to be done in the proper, correct way with a lot more oversight over this current developer. Because we have seen what they've done for the past 10+ years, it's the same thing every single time. We always have to be the ones calling the county about, hey, they have these mosquito ponds they use for drainage temporarily, and then they're just harvesting larvae of mosquitoes, which is right out of our back door. That was what we went through in the last expansion. So, you know, I would caution you guys to please, you know, do your homework on this. A lot more needs to be done based on everything hopefully you've heard today, before any approval should be done. And then I'll put a lot of conditions on it to make sure check boxes have to be done, you know, progress reports, inspections, because again, what everyone's saying, our roads are complete junk. I mean, I drive through a mudslide pretty much on a daily basis. So that's just my issues, which I think is pretty much everyone else's here. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, down to the final two, unless there's more, it's not too late if anybody else wants to jump into this. Roger Johns.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
Name and
My name
address
is
for
Roger
record.
Johns. I live at 668 Terrace Hill Trail.
Great, thank you.
On the towns, when you showed the picture going southeast, that's my home right there. There's a big empty lot between me. I don't see where the homes are gonna be built in the existing townhomes on this map. And there's empty lots. They came in and cut all the trees out and put flags in, stakes, which tells me they're going to put houses in there. And I was told there's gonna be a total of 71 townhomes in there, one entrance. When you come in off Terrace Hill, you come around the curve, you look over to the right, you got the S-curve coming from Beechwood and Round Bottom. You look to the left, you got a hill right there. When people come down Round Bottom, hit that railroad track, come around that curve, I've seen them do 80, 90 miles an hour down that road. I've seen cars go side by side down that road. They speed down that road. Then you have all the dump trucks and all the other trucks. Well, so my house has had piering done to it. I got an estimate last month of $20,000 to $25,000 to correct the issues that are still occurring even though the piering was done. When I called Ryan Holmes and asked them who did the piering, they go, that's 15 years ago, we don't know. We don't know. But they do know because they have to maintain the contract for 10 years. But you can't get any work. Now, the houses on the back side of the hill, they put a wooden wall to keep the ground, the hill coming down. It's all coming down. They're coming to their houses. They're talking about us having to pay to have that hill piered. They cut the trees down from the top. Everybody who lives up on Terrace Ridge, I'd have my home for sale right now because that hill is coming down. It's so steep. Before you had trees, I had deer, turkey, animals that you could come in there. Now they're gone. Now you look out, you see the top of Walmart. That's what I want to look at when I'm on my deck. I want to look at Walmart. I want to look at the back of people's houses down on the hill where you know it's going to go. You know it's going to go the hill. You come in, the street sign leans about 20 degrees. The mailboxes lean at 45 degrees because the hill is moving to round bottom. They didn't build it. What they did, the same thing they did on the pool. They brought backfill in, put it in, didn't let it compact enough, and they built homes on it. And the engineering firm that came in and did my house, they told me this is a known thing in Cincinnati. We know Cincinnati's ground is going to move because it's built on clay. We give you a 10-year warranty. You won't see any structural defects for the first 10 or 12 years. Then you see them, and then it's your problem. I have walls where the tape is coming off when the sheetrock's sliding down. I have walls that are cracking, and you can't figure out where the hell is cracking at. I got walls that are moving. My driveway, I spent $9,000 having a new driveway put in. It's already dropped 3 inches. So the ground is still compacting 15, 20 years later because it was done wrong. When they build these homes, how are you going to bring the semis? How are you going to bring the bulldozers and all the equipment down a street that has problems right now with parking? Because you've got 120 some cars in there. Now you're going to put another 140 cars in there. How are they going to bring all the semis in? How are they going to bring the equipment in? How are you supposed to get out of that neighborhood when you have a couple hundred people living in there with cars? How can you get out? You can't get out. I have seen so many accidents. I've almost been in them where people come around because they'll speed either way. They know that straight stretch is coming up and they haul butt down it. I've seen them pass. It's a double line. It doesn't mean anything. They'll pass on it. Like I said, the hill's going away. My hill's sliding. I have spent tons of money on my house. I had to pay $350, $400 to have my deck redone, and the township required that I go in and have the piering tested and have the ground tested by a certified engineering company before they put my pier in. Nobody else had to do that. They weren't done. Now I'm told that you can't even build in Terrace Ridge without having an inspection done, having the ground tested, because it's a problem everywhere, up on top, down on the bottom. Because the same company did all the work. It was Ryan Holmes. Ryan Holmes come in, modify them cheap, quick, put them up, sell them. Now they want to put a home in that's smaller than my home. Mine's like, if you take the basement, I'm looking at 3,200 square feet. You're going to come in now, you're going to put a house in there 2,000 square feet, less money. You're going to put it on a smaller lot. Hell, I only have 26 feet between my house and the house next door. When you look, there's only 26 feet between them. How are you going to put more homes in there if you're going to make that ground smaller, you know? And it's just, I've had to go out when they cut the wood out of the trees. I had to go out and hose the road to get the mud out of my driveway so I could not crack the mud in my house. The streets, the county, the city has already repaired 2 drains where the road has collapsed on Terrace Hill Trail. It literally fell into the ground. One, they had to mark it off and it took them almost a year. They had to dig it out. Big holes to dig out and put concrete in. And you can still see the ground moving. You can still see the road moving. You can see it dropping. You can see the cracks in it. They're talking about the pavement. Go look at Terrace Hill Trail and tell me how many cracks you see on the road. There's hundreds. There's probably thousands. And it's this access road, the emergency access road. But that drawing, it's going to come out in the middle. How's it going to come out in the middle when right now it comes down to the cul-de-sac at the end? Where the cul-de-sac is, where the greenhouses, where the green. I drive my Jeep. I've been up there with my Jeep. And I come down there and you're closer to the end. You're maybe 40 feet from the cul-de-sac. So where are they going to put this road at? And how are you going to have emergency vehicles come in on a street that, hell, there's sometimes you can't even, I've had to get out and knock on people's doors and ask them to move the cars to get through the street. The people park in front of fire hydrants. People park with no parking signs. They don't care. The city puts them in. They don't care. They don't write tickets. It's not important to the police to write a ticket for no parking. But it's a problem. And now you're going to bring construction trucks in there, and you're only going to have one entrance in and out of that bottom subdivision? And you're going to have, what, 130, 140 homes? That's a problem. That man who lives down at the house at the corner, there's a road that comes up to there, right there by his house. I've been on that road. Where are they gonna put a road? I thought they would put a road in down on Round Bottom to make it so you can get in and out of the subdivision easier, instead of making a congestion, because you're gonna have, there's no way you can get out during rush hour traffic. School kids in the morning, you come home, parents are parked down the street to pick their kids up and everything, they're parking the curb. There's no place to put them all. So I just think they need to look at the developer who did it. I need to think, they didn't put anything up except wood chips downbound Round Bottom to keep the water and the dirt from washing down the hill. Wood chips. That's not gonna do anything. All their concern was getting every piece of wood they could out of there. And they cut everything out. They stripped that hill to where now it's gonna be a problem. I appreciate you talking to me. Sorry about the interruption. I just want to let you know the difference between, it's not even a townhome, it's actually called a land dominion, because we own the land. Yeah, we have an HOA. The HOA, the only reason we have the HOA is because of that pool. That's it. I could care less about the pool.
I actually learned something tonight. I thought.
Do what?
I'm learning a lot tonight.
I actually learned something about that. I thought condo meant ownership.
No.
And townhome is, in a slash apartment, is renting. And,
Nope.
So my correction, I got it.
It's a land dominion,
I was
because,
wrong,
and
so-
there are a lot of homes rented down there. They rent them all the time. They
Yeah.
do that down there. And when you rent, they don't care.
I get it.
You know, they don't care
I get
about
it.
the stuff, but,
I get it.
hey, you guys have a good night. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the last one I have, but it doesn't have to be the last one. If anybody else wants to sign up, they're in the back of the room, and, you know, we got the building till midnight, so. All right, Andrew Finn?
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Need your name and address for the record, please.
Andrew Finn, 53001 Terrace Ridge Drive, which is actually across the street from Lauren. So I'm at the end near the, not the very end on the other across the street, but one in from where the new green section is on the other side.
Thank you, go ahead.
Closest. Yeah, so I actually want to start out different from everyone else and commend the board and thank you for actually advertising this meeting. Getting a letter in the mail, knowing about this, there were signs in our neighborhood. That didn't happen in 2014, because I would have been here in 2014 and said something. Because, as Lauren has pointed out, there is a lot of traffic, people get lost, dead end, back up, hit mailboxes, all the delivery trucks, there's lots of issues. And if you're gonna put in more houses, more people coming back there and a harder place to turn. At least in that green space right there, there's this sort of parking pad that was built for some odd reason where these trucks can't turn around. So observing the fire department when they come out and they test fire hydrants, having to back out of there, watching how the recycling trucks and the garbage trucks have figured out how if they back in and back out and have a weird route. Not having a cul-de-sac, not having a roundabout is gonna make it very, very difficult. The other thing that I really appreciated was Mr. Dills communicating some of the stuff around which you've heard from the residents. But I do want to correct a few things.
Please.
See, I used to be on the board, spent years on the board, was on the board during all of the issues with the pool. So I believe it was a $500,000 loan, emergency loan that we had to take out. If I remember correctly, there's 23 steel girders that we had to have installed in that hillside to hold back that pool. And the year prior, the ground was moving, it actually ripped the electrical wires out of our pool house and set it on fire, which required us to rebuild it and delay the opening. So there was a lot that went on there. I'm not gonna get into too many details. I don't know what I can share publicly, so I'm not gonna go there. But from that perspective, I think, well, you also asked about the temperature of the community. At that time, here's what happened. Our HOA dues to cover everything went from $450 a year to $800 overnight. Overnight. And yeah, I gotta sit up at the table, not as nice as what you guys have, but I gotta sit up there and got yelled at by a lot of people, a lot of time. So yeah, it was very tough to show your face in the neighborhood, but this is what we had to do. This was what we were dealt. So I mean,
I'm not trying to laugh, I'm just trying to picture that. So, Yeah, I get it, that would be tough.
Yeah, and I'm sure you get that here with this role, but it's different, when it's the guy next door or the woman across the street, that kind of stuff. Yes, so I do think that that is important to point out. One of the other things is you talk about green space. So that middle section where the school was supposed to be are patio homes. The developer actually had come out, presented to our annual meeting, and requested to be, I think they requested to amend our documents to include patio homes. And then the decision was to start their own HOA. So that green space that you're pointing out does not belong to Terrace Ridge HOA. It's a whole different HOA. So technically, all these other houses in there we share it, but there is no green space. The green space that we have are hillsides where they talk about the sledding hill. That is the only open area that is available. You've heard about the Easter egg hunts, you've heard about the neighborhood parties. One thing they didn't bring up is there is a great view of the 4th of July fireworks from the Terrace Park Country Club. And neighbors come there, they sit there, they want to watch it because you can see everything because you have a great view. Up on Lakeview, people sit in their backyards and throw parties. So again, taking this space away from us in 2014, if it had been advertised, you probably would have had just as many people here speaking up. This addition of adding more houses, I think Lauren hit the nail on the head. Smaller footprint, how are the homes going to meet our design guidelines? There's minimum square footages, there's minimums. Is any of that being taken into consideration at this point? And honestly, I would love it if this board would approve to go back and revisit this. Does this even make sense as it is currently approved? I don't know if that can be done. That would be a wish list. I know the neighborhood would love it from that standpoint. But again, this is not ideal, but I think the other revisions would be catastrophically worse. So thank you for your time. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. Yeah, I would just say none of us were board members back in 2014, and there's a reason why there's a new board up here, new management in the township. Is there anybody else? Opponent? I need you to fill out a document. You can do it after you speak, but come on up.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Charles Schaefer. I live at 654 Terrace Hill Trail.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Go ahead.
You can pull up the one before this. There you go. There you go. You see where the last condo is on the bottom? Down there, there's two buildings. You see the rooftops together? Those are each 3 units each. The one on the far right is Roger. The one on the far left is me. I'm the closest building to all this stuff that's going on. I wasn't going to say anything, didn't think it was in my place. I actually rent the facility. We moved in there about 6 years ago thinking I was going to be there for 2 years. We were thinking about moving to Texas, and now I think you all know why I'm still here, okay? Nonetheless, one day I got up, and the next thing you know, they're clearing the hillside off. And of course, now I have what I thought was my two nice favorite vehicles there, cleaning them every day. The dust, these guys that built this place, you know what I do. These guys that built this place should never be allowed to build again. And I mean Miami View. If you don't believe me, if you don't have enough confidence in what these people have told you, then I suggest all 5 of you meet me down there, and I'll drive you down that lane when the kids are going to school and when the kids are coming home from school. And you will immediately come back here and call those guys and tell them no more building down here. Not under the circumstances you have for in and out traffic access, Round Bottom Road, like he was talking about. Absolutely horrible pulling out there. Those families wait down there for those little kids to get off the bus because the buses can't come up. The road coming up from Round Bottom has such a sharp degree to get up just to Terrace Hill Trail, they can't see the little kids walking up the street. You pull up the street, you knock them over. I have a truck. When I go down the street, I have to pull up on the sidewalks. And that's only because the streets are not wide enough because they didn't allow enough parking for the 30 condos that are there now. Like you said, some of them are rented. Doesn't make any difference. They still need a place to park. Miami View never built any extra parking space little concrete place they had where Ryan Homes had their model home, it's all breaking apart. And although I don't want you all coming in my house, if you'd like to see what the geotechnical problems are with that area, you could come down and look in the basement of the home that I rent, that's supposed to be a nice, lower level, exposed walkout basement, the whole 9 yards. But I have 20-some butterflies in the foundation floor. You know what that is? That's where the soil under the ground is subsiding, and it's cracked your foundation. And so that they can tie it together so that you don't become an ornament down on Round Bottom Road, they put little butterflies in that look kind of like this. And they fill in the crack with it. Hopefully that fixes it. No, that just covers it up. Because about 5 years later, the crack just goes a little bit wider like this, and it goes a little bit lower, the part that's going down the hill. I'm not, the unit I live in is not the only one like that. And the poor people that live on the hillside, they're getting all the hydraulic pressure coming down the hill from the people that live up in the first row of houses up at the higher level. Now, I mean, it's just one of these days, if we let these guys build there like they've built before, I mean, you know I'm in favor of building. But if we let them build like they built before, one of these days we're all going to be sorry. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
All right?
Thank you, Mr. Shaver.
Appreciate it, guys. I'll fill the car.
Okay, anybody else?
I think you came into the townhomes.
Come up so this microphone can hear you.
Of the homes, the people. I would think that you would easily find 80 to 90% of the homes have had foundation work done. I've talked to my neighbors. They all do this, but the thing is they don't get together. See, I told them what we should do. It's the same thing they did with the pool. I said we should all get together and go after them for the crappy work they did. But nobody wants to do that because they rent and stuff. But the homes on both sides of the roads, they're moving. Every single home. You can drive down the road and you can see the driveways that are settling. You can see the difference in the steps that are settling, where the steps are breaking off the house. Hell, I pulled the brick off in front of my house. That's why I had the driveway redone.
I think we get the picture.
Right? So they're bad.
I
Check all
understand.
the homes though.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Opponent, interested party testimony? Okay, I think that concludes it.
Back to the proponent, the opportunity.
Yeah, Mr. Monger, proponent opportunity? We'll just call it rebuttal. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Very good. All righty. I tried to take copious notes, so if I miss something, I think someone might remind me. So there was a lot of talk about ancillary issues outside what I would consider to be zoning issues, which is what this board is concerned about. I'm not saying that they're not important issues in terms of stormwater and design, county engineer, soil and water conservation. That's the reason why, you know, there's all these county agencies that will weigh in. This is just the first step. You know, this is the first step in the process. So all those issues, as you, this board well knows, traffic issues, stormwater issues, all those kinds of issues will be vetted and processed and dealt with, really like the staff report alludes to. So there's a host of things. I'm not saying they're not important. They are important. It's just this is not the right. Anyway, those issues will be reviewed and approved or disapproved, or modified or commented on by agencies outside this board. So there was a lot of talk about those ancillary issues. As far as I know, there was a comment about price point. The price point that we're looking at for the single family would be very similar to the most recent section that we put in, which is the extension of Center Drive, and I think it's called North View. It kind of shows up there on the bottom of the screen. Center View and North View. Thank you. Center View and North View. There was a total of 28 lots that were part of the original plan. all but I think one or two have been sold. So that phase, if you will, is nearly built out. And those price points were, I think, somewhere in, mid fours to upper fives. And that's what we would, that's what Brookstone Homes is anticipating on the single family. I don't have pricing information on the townhome product. I don't know what that, those are gonna be. I got a list of things to ask, like the pool lawsuit, I have that as a comment to get back to. I'm not exactly sure if it's Mark or Corey or the board, but I've got notes, so I plan to get back with you on that, as well as the, talk with Brookstone Homes. I know that cleaning of the streets is a constant every day. No sooner you get them cleaned, they probably need to be cleaned again. I know that's an ongoing issue, but I'll have a conversation with Brookstone Homes about that issue. As far as the tree clearing and reference to permits, we gained, last fall, we gained all of the needed and necessary permits from the county to do the clearing of the trees. One of the members of the Miami View Properties, we had plans to start last fall, and one of the owners, or one of the owners of the development, he passed away. So that kind of put that on hiatus in terms of the development of that phase, the lower phase. But the only thing that is cleared is making way for the townhomes, so that the description of that we clear cut and mass cut the entire area, I'll take exception to, because on the townhome, in the lower section, we cleared for the extension, phase two, what we'll call phase two, and then we cleared for the emergency drive going up the hill. I could see how homeowner might be looking back down and have the feeling that, the whole world was cleared, but that whole hillside was not. The hillside's been cleared. Yeah, so we'll agree to disagree on that, but
Let him finish, folks.
Yeah, the needed and necessary permits to do the clearing for what was done, what was started last fall and carried into, almost Christmas, that permit was acquired, and all of the stormwater management, what they call best practices, whether it be silt fence, or in this particular case, it's mulch, a mulch mound. All those practices are in place, and we're following the rules that the county, soil and water, and the county the agencies have for sediment and erosion control. The comment about the mosquito ponds, or the mosquito ponds, those are, again, sediment traps that are required, they're part of the stormwater management regulations that we as developers have to do. As far as the issue of the barn has come up, again, the barn has been there for a long time. It was there as part of Mark Stark's house that he lived up. It was a single-family house that lived up there by the pond. It was always contemplated to come down, and that phase of the project never was built. And so as far as the barn goes, there was never a plan to keep the barn forever, I guess. I mean, I know it's been around for a long time, so the understanding and the perception of the homeowners, it's been there ever since I've been here, and so on and so forth. I see how that is an issue, but just as a part of the overall plan, the plan that was approved, the barn was always shown, that land was shown to be developed. As far as some of the most recent, again, I touched on phase 7. There's 28 lots that we put in, I think it was back in 2021. And so those lots have been built over the last couple of years, and that phase is nearly built out. Mr. Dills, you asked about the number of lots, and during the break and during the comment period, I went and pulled up some information. I think my math is correct. So if we talk about the townhomes for a minute, the original plan had a total of 103 units, and Mark, you can check my math here as I go, but there was 103 units for the what we call the attached product. And if you think about that being in two phases, the first phase is what you see out there now. And of the first phase, there was 59 units that were approved out of the 103 in that first phase. Of the 59 that were approved, 35 are built. So 35 from 59 leaves you 24 units in that first phase, and I refer to that as the infill, because there's some lots that are built. I think the gentleman that spoke last, he lives in phase 1. And so there's 24 more units to be built within phase 1. And then if you take 59, which is the first phase, take that, subtract that from 103, it'll leave you with 44. So this new phase that's shown there on the top left in green, there's 44 units that are approved, can be built tomorrow, and what the request is asking is for an additional 5 units. So that gets from 44 to 49. So, but as far as the units that are built, there's 35 townhomes built, and then there would be a proposal to build the remaining to get us to 103. And if the request is turned down, or if the request is approved, then it would be, a five more. So I don't know, hopefully that answers your question. All right, single families, move over to single family. The approved, as we said here today, was for 246 single-family units. There's 7 units that are approved and would be that haven't been built at the end of Terrace Ridge Drive. So we'll say, at the end of where Lauren, right? Yes, Lauren lives, and basically in and around where the barn area is. So there's 7 units there. There's 2 lots that haven't been developed throughout the neighborhood. There's 2 lots that are kind of shown in the red. They were donated to the HOA. So if you do 246 minus the 11, it gets you 235, and that's where we stand today. And if the request was granted, there would be an additional 6 single-family lots built on the, on the upper section. And so that hopefully summarizes the count of where we're at today, and really what the request is asking. The last point I would make is that area in the middle there, that's the green, that's the former president, I'm sorry, terrible names. You mentioned that was, the Brookstone Homes has a separate HOA, that's accurate. And that green space is technically associated with that Brookstone Home HOA. That was part of the original school site, and that was actually zoned commercial. So when all of this was evolving and changing, when the school site went away, and part of the approval, part of the trade-offs, if you will, in terms of adding those lots to the neighborhood, that piece of property was then changed from a commercial use to a non-commercial use, an open space. So there was that consideration made from the development side. So anyway, those are just those are the responses that I have. I don't know if you have any other questions.
I have a couple of thoughts.
Sure.
So I drive past us every day.
Okay,
Down Beechwood, left on Round Bottom, and that whole hillside looks clear-cut to me, frankly. And when that first happened, I was just kind of shaking my head every time I drive by. It's like, who the hell approved this project? Well, it wasn't us. The other thought I had, so Mr. Dills, I guess when he kicked all this off, was talking about differently a condo and a townhouse or townhome versus an apartment. And then one of the residents pointed out, well, any of these could be investment property or rentals. So, I mean, do you agree, is it true? Anybody, any investor could buy any of these townhomes or, you know, these single-family homes?
they
turn them into
could buy the
investment property and rent them out?
townhome and rent it.
So you could have transients then?
No different than the single-family home. Someone could buy a
Right.
single-family home up top and have it for
Okay.
rent. Absolutely.
Great, all right, thank you. Mr. Dills, anything?
Yeah, quite a bit. Okay, so, Mr. Munger.
Yep.
I think I already know the answer to the question, but for clarity's sake, you do not own Miami View properties or not a partner, you simply work for them, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when I talk, I mean, you know, no disrespect. I understand your job. I mean, obviously, you're very intelligent, you're a county engineer, and your job is to bring forth Miami View's plans and answer anything government-related, zoning-related, engineering-related. So, you know, you're, this doesn't have anything to do with this, but you're a former elected county engineer, so you have to understand our perspective as well. We have to balance what we'd like to see for our township and the community, and what do the residents want. At the end of the day, they elected us to move the township forward in whatever way the consensus was like, for the most part. So, you know, I wish you would have brought the builders here, either Ryan or Brookstone, because I don't really like the mentality that, hey, once we sell the land, the buck stops with us and it moves on to Ryan's, because, and yeah, you're right, technically, you're right, by the book, you're right. However, if Ryan's keeps messing up over and over and over again, and yeah, they have a 10-year warranty, but if you're telling me that the consensus is for 12 years or ish, the foundation's gonna mess up, things are gonna happen, the pool issue, that's embarrassing. I'd be embarrassed by that builder. You know, they had to take out a loan, the HOA had to take out a loan, which I deal with HOAs on a daily basis. I know that's very challenging and difficult. Banks don't just lend to HOAs, because who's gonna back it up? There's no Social Security to back it up. You have the entire HOA. And so, I just stop selling to those folks. And I know it's kind of out of your hand, but maybe pass that along. But is there any other projects Miami View is working on in Union Township at the moment? Do we know? Anybody?
No.
Okay. If they're producing a bad product, I mean, you could say, well, yeah, the buck stops when we sell the land, but who's taking ownership of this? Because Terrace Ridge is one of the most beautiful neighborhoods in all of Union Township. And I feel like, where's the sense of pride? Where's the sense of community? Where's the sense of, hey, everyone's saying the same thing? I know the barn technically doesn't have to stay, but when I hear literally the consensus saying, man, we as a community, as a neighborhood, we love that barn. We're preserving the green space. And that's one thing we're tasked with. Look, this is not Hamilton County, and if I have anything to say with it, it'll never be Hamilton County. We need to try to preserve our green space as much as possible, but I understand we're also growing as a township, so you have to have homes for folks. I get that. We got to build. But I just, you know, we heard all these testimonies tonight, and I wrote every one of their names down. And I'm blown away about how there's no roundabouts or you know, cul-de-sac, sorry, not a roundabout, but a cul-de-sac, because how do garbage trucks turn around? How does Amazon trucks turn around? How do FedEx and UPS turn around? And they can't. Hold on. I know. I get it. And so it was a rhetorical question. I get it. And so, you know, the traffic look at all those homes, and there's only one way in and one way out. Does Miami View care about these issues and concerns? Are they going to address them? Are not them? They shouldn't have to pay for it. But I think a cul-de-sac should be put in. And I think, you know, one entrance in or out, there's a safety aspect, but let's put that aside for a minute, just the traffic in general. And, you know, I got to tell you, unless Mr. Becker has got a convincing, overwhelming way to sell me on this when we do, you know, board comments, Miami View has not proven to be a good neighbor. I need them to, and if honestly, if I could wave a magic wand, I would say stop production, no more. Because y'all is Ryan Holmes and Brookstone have really dropped the ball, and the buck has got to stop. And if Miami View is aware of all this, why are they not stepping in? And you can say, well, we sold the land, we're washing our hands of it, but okay, but still, somebody's got to take responsibility. I mean, you keep selling land off to the same developer that keeps screwing up. Like, come on, enough's enough. So I got to tell you, I think I do believe in second chances. I do like seeing businesses thrive. I do, but I'm only speaking for myself. And until I see proven that Miami View can clean their act up and start really caring and not passing the buck, really taking responsibility with these developers and saying, look, we want to sell to people that really care about the neighborhood. Not only am I a no on this, I'm a no for future development in any of my township, and I don't want to do business with these kind of people. So that's my personal opinion. And Mr. Munger, you got a job to do. This is not throwing a dart at you. I'm not. You're a good guy. We've had conversations in the past, and so it's just.
We're just trying to finish the neighborhood.
Totally,
Yeah, we're just trying to finish
but
the
man,
neighborhood,
like
yeah.
if I tell you what, I'm blown away that you know, I get it. There's zoning and there's laws and there's T's and I's. I get it, but where's the heart at? You know, a simple barn. I think it needs to stay. I think it needs to stay. And I mean, if that's what the residents are asking for, you know, if this is voted down, we'll see in a moment, but if this is voted down, why not let it just stay? If that's what the whole entire community is screaming, why not look into, hey, is there a way to partner and get a cul-de-sac built? I'm really curious to see how the heck does Rumpke get in and out of there without turning into people's driveways? Or a school, well, school buses don't go back, but UPS drivers, I would challenge, I don't see it happening. I think this was poorly done. And somebody's got to start caring. Clearly, Ryan and Brookstone Homes don't care. Clearly, that's pretty obvious. So what about Miami View? And the thing is, you're our point of contact. The buck starts with you, even though it doesn't end with you. And so, I'm respectfully, I'm not trying to beat you up, Mr. Munger, but you need to go back to these folks, to these partners at Miami View, and say, hey, Union Township's kind of fed up, and they're not going to let us develop anymore. And so. Because even if they have a sweetheart idea, because Terrace Park is a sweetheart idea, it's great, but then after 10 years, it just seems like the buildings fall apart, and it was poor construction. Not your fault, you do this and sell the land off, but we don't need crap like this anymore in our township. So until Miami View steps up and does better, not only am I no in this case, I'm a no in any future case as long as I'm a trustee, because I want neighbors, I want partners, and people that care, not just what does the law say, but they want to care. You know, and these people have genuine concerns, and honestly, it's fallen on deaf ears. And so I can only do so much as a trustee, but we need to do better. And so as far as me, it starts with us, and that's where I'm at. So I'll leave it at that. Mr. Becker, I'll throw it over.
I think we're done.
Okay.
Did you have anything else?
I did not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munger.
Okay, in that case, I think the mood of the room is clear. I think the mood of the board is clear. So I think we're ready to move forward with the motion. So we'll close the public hearing. And so Robert's Rules requires that a motion be in the affirmative. So don't panic and start throwing things. So, Mr. Dills, I will entertain a motion to approve Union Township zoning case number 3-02-Z.
So moved.
And I will second that.
And no, I'm good on discussion. I think we're clear.
Okay.
But I will say this. I mean it when I say when businesses come into our township, I don't want you to just do business and that's it. I need heartfelt. This is our community. We love our community. And so I need businesses that truly care about community. And so I don't want a crap product being brought in here and it lasts 10 years and then it just, you know, becomes, what's that word that buildings have become blighted or whatever. I'm sick of it. And so I want to partner with good businesses that are going to partner with us in the future and have a heart and care. That's where I'm at. So.
I think something I appreciate about tonight's discussion and all you folks coming in here, I've personally always hated high-density housing. And, you know, there's arguments for it, especially from, you know, the township side of things. You know, the more people you have, you know, if you're a builder, if you're the government, the more people you have into a smaller area, the more tax dollars you have. If you're the builder, you know, the more profit you have. I get that. It makes sense for both. I've heard his arguments for years. I get it. Still, I hate it. Okay, and so this is a high-density area. This proposal is to make it even more high-density. So from my perspective, to make a problem worse. You know, if I could go back in time and, you know, put the hillside back the way it was, and you know, I'm an advocate for single-family homes on a minimum of half-acre lots. That doesn't mean never I'll prove anything else. I'm not saying that, but that's my preference. And at least so far, we've never approved anything less than that. So unless you have any final comments, I think we're ready to have a vote on this. So
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
If I may.
Go ahead,
just,
Mr. Lowe.
catch
Forgot you were here, Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, exactly. Catch everyone, you know,
Not part of this debate.
Well, just for for your vote. So just again, in consideration with the law director, as I do own a house in that development and under the HOA that's been at full discussion. Again, I'm not part of the discussion for the hearing, and I'm abstaining from this vote that you're about to take. As a sitting out on the outside, though, in general,
I don't think you're allowed to give an opinion.
I'm not giving any opinion.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to say,
I made that mistake.
oh,
That's why I know
yeah,
that.
you did it at one point, all right? But I was going to compliment everyone's, you know, dialogue and the process and the staff for general practices of getting the message out to the community, what we've done with the QR signs, the letters to the HOA, the letters to the residents via email, and letters on constant contact, and that's just a generality, and the board's, you know, ability to have a two-way dialogue and discussion and hear, and hearing from people like Bill Moeller, Michael Leaf, Gary Mattina, Lauren Morris, Lori Williams, James Swift, Rob Robinson, Kyle Hoaxie, Roger Johns, Andy Finn, and Mr. Monger. I just compliment everyone on the discussion. And that's that. So over to you.
Okay, so the motion was in the affirmative, so a yes vote will approve the motion. A no vote is to approve the project. A no vote is to turn down the project. Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Dills?
No.
Mr. Becker?
No.
The motion fails.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you all very much. Okay, we're ready to move on to old business. Mr. Wright, the ARPA funds.
Sorry, what? We'll let the room clear out real quick.
All right.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir. I'm just gonna let it clear out.
You were very eloquent. I like you. You had a lot of good comments.
What do you yell at?
Thank you.
No, I said he's eloquent.
Oh, eloquent.
Eloquent. I loved everything you said. That was great.
I was a little nervous. I appreciate that.
No, you couldn't tell.
Ask me one question. Can you stop the internet bar down?
I cannot. I don't think so. Can we?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wright, what about the ARPA funds?
Yes, sir. Just I'll be brief. So on the ARPA funds, if you recall, you have a report. Mr. Campbell's office and I worked together to put this together. Actually, I think really the credit goes to Cindy White and drilling down on this. So if you recall, we got a little over $5.2 million in ARPA money from the state of Ohio through the federal government. And so far, we have paid expenditures in the amount of $2,400,985.06. And we have an additional, if you see the report, there's further encumbered funds, which you see the encumbered funds totals there. So you have the stuff, prior expenses, and encumbered funds that are in the process of being expended. So you'll see there, the encumbered funds, you have approximately 17% remaining on one item. You have 29 and 42% remaining on a couple of parks items there. The remaining items have been fully encumbered or are still remaining yet to be spent. We're waiting on those invoices. And those, if you remember that among those, the road resurfacing program and then the items that the board approved at the last meeting. So with that, we do have a couple of reimbursements through the grant programs that we have for the pickleball courts, $15,000 and $125,000 in reimbursements for the playground equipment. Both of those are contingent upon completion of that, so we're sort of waiting on the weather to get those monies back. So that's an additional and $140,000 in receivables yet. So with that, the remaining funds to be appropriated, including the remaining unencumbered balance in the existing funds, plus the reimbursables, which have not yet been received, is around $255,000. And just a little bit of process, Mr. Campbell and I spoke today about, we have to get a certificate of estimated resources approved by the County Budget Commission before we can file an amended appropriation resolution. File the amended appropriation resolution once the Budget Commission formally approves that we have those monies, even though we know we're getting them, the reimbursements. And then once the amended appropriations is done, you can then encumber that money that's in the process of being collected. So, got a couple thoughts. We've got some capital needs on that. I don't know, this is purely unsolicited. Do you want me to give you some thoughts on a couple of capital needs?
Yeah.
We have a couple capital needs. You know, we work with our department heads. You know, we purchase police cruisers. We do have capital vehicle requests for the fire department that we're looking at. We're trying to get some, it's a staff fleet command vehicle, trying to get some definitive costs on the upfitting of that. We know what that vehicle will cost. Mr. Taylor does need some equipment, and I would recommend that between that, you know, we try to dispense with that, get the staff vehicle, command vehicle, and then dispense with the rest of it on maintenance needs at the park. We have some, at some of our parks, we have some pretty significant maintenance needs on our existing parks infrastructure. So we will find a way to make sure that these funds are fully spent before 12/31, or fully encumbered, excuse me, before 12/31/2024.
Great. Very good. Any comments, questions, Mr. Lowe?
Nice to have the opportunity to comment again, but no, I'm good.
You're unmuzzled.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Bills, anything?
That's a good update.
Mr. Wright, good update, I'm good.
All right, job. All right, let's move on to a new business, the consent agenda. So I would like Mr. Lowe to give me a motion to approve the minutes from February 27th, the approval of payments, and the approval of the monthly financial report, both of which have been prepared by Mr. Campbell.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? No. Roll call, please, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, so next on here, the motion agenda, approval of purchase orders. So we have purchase orders in excess of $15,000. I believe we have a couple of them here, Mr. Wright.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what's going on.
First one is a purchase order to the Clermont County Transportation Improvement District. This is for the, this is the corresponding purchase order that backstops the intergovernmental agreement for Champions Way construction in the amount of $1,584,050.23. That was the amount stated in the IGA, if you recall, and that just, this is reflective of that. The second item is for Bobcat Enterprises for a, you might wonder what a Bobcat UW56M1225, sounds like a military piece of equipment. It's actually a tool cat. What those are, the best way I can describe those are like mini trucks that can accommodate Bobcat-style attachments. The one we have now is, I think, 16 or 17 years old. They have absolutely got their money's worth out of it. They use those every day. And interestingly, we're getting a little over $16,000 in trade on the prior unit, which is crazy on a 17-year-old piece of equipment. So this is a good deal. This is a tool that Matt Taylor's troops use every day, and that amount is $55,398.72.
Very good. May I have a motion to approve the purchase orders exceeding $15,000?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion?
Done.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, moving right along. Mr. Wright, tell us about the memorandum of understanding with the police association.
Yes, sir. So we are moving to electronic timekeeping.
for the police department. They were still doing the old-fashioned way by paper, and they are last because of the complex scheduling and everything else. We tried to do that sort of incrementally. The first challenge was solving the fire department in the 3-shift 24/48 thing. Now we're in the police department. They have a lot of shift trades and things like that. It's a very busy, operation, and they have a lot of special assignments. So with that, began working with the fiscal office and the Police Officers Association to formalize the way that we handle field training officer pay and the honor guard, because those are two special assignments that really, first of all, I'll say that our honor guard is second to none in the region. Those guys are first class, they're squared away, and, they do a great job. Our field training officers and our communications training officers are also select members of the department that really are building the next generation of Union Township, police and communications personnel, and, demonstrating the Union Township way, which is something that we, wear on our patches and wear with pride. And so with that, what this does is, in order to formalize that in lieu of accruing, future liabilities and then potential some other issues with that, what this does is this establishes a step-up rate of pay, which is $3 an hour above the base rate for when an officer or a communications specialist is assigned to a field training or a communications training role, which compensates them for the additional responsibilities and having basically another person either riding along with them, mentoring them, instructing them, or whatever. With the honor guard, what it does, again, those officers, they probably donate a ton of time. I don't know if these guys practice in their basement as good as they are. They probably do. I'm not sure, but they're really good at it. And because I know I can't do the things they do. I'm not that coordinated. So, in that, what this does, it sets 3 different detail rates. Basically, they get paid overtime when they show up at ceremonies, special events, the Reds game, whatever, at the request of an organization, and that happens quite frequently. So that memorializes that. They get paid straight time for each hour that they're training, and that does not count toward hours worked for the purposes of getting into overtime. And then honor guard competition, which, as you know, we do that annually. They're compensated. A lot of those guys are on their scheduled shifts when they go, because of the way our shift scheduling goes. So they just get paid for their scheduled shift, or they get a shift trade day when they're in competition. So, police union, everybody's on board with it. Great, a very easy process. Can't say enough about those guys. So this would give me authorization to sign that.
Joe.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding that was described by Mr. Wright?
So moved.
Second?
Is there any discussion, questions?
One quick question.
Comments? Go ahead, Mr. Logue.
Other than, yes, I think that's great to get this more memorialized. Thanks for working on that, Mr. Wright. What impact is there with the fire honor guard that we have, and/or, because what I'm connecting there is obviously the similarities of practicing, training. I know that they've gone out, they've done some of the different events and things too, but I know that our police honor guard, they spend obviously a significant amount of time towards it. They do these, I don't want to say higher level events or not, but from that perspective, I'm assuming collective bargaining agreement, I don't know.
I'd have to go back and look at the IAFF contract. It really hasn't been an issue with them. And, at the end of the day, they're a relatively young organization. I believe Chief Donling sort of started that toward the end of my first go-around here. So, we certainly could talk to them or whatever about it. But I don't think there's an impact right now. All this really does is formalize kind of the paper time card to current practice.
Current practices, yeah.
It really helps Mr. Campbell's office administratively too, from the electronic timekeeping perspective, so.
So this way there'll be a code for this stuff, so all they have to do is click the code that their rate of pay that they're getting or whatever, which is all part of going electronic. So, we started with the fire department, got through the nuts and bolts of that, and then, went to the service department. Obviously, all the admin's already on it, and then the last piece of this is to get the police on board, and hopefully we'll have that tied up here shortly.
I am all for communicating our transparency and accountability to the public. I think it's great. Thank you.
Yeah, makes sense.
We're good? We're good? Okay, Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, down to the legislative agenda. Mr. Wright, tell us about 2024-11 having to do with the non-bargaining unit employee wages.
Yes, sir. So each year, in my experience, we bring a resolution to the board. You know, a lot of your, almost 90% of your personnel are subject to collective bargaining units, have automatic raises built in as part of their contracts and all that. About 10% of your staff, your executive level folks, your department heads, your administrative support staff, those are all non-bargaining unit employees, and then also our part-timers, and then some unnamed positions, interns, summer help, all of that. All of those people are critical to our operation as well. And so each year in March, typically, we will bring wage increases to the board for the non-bargaining unit employees, and typically those are a me-too approach, and those mirror the collective bargaining unit wage increases. This year, generally across the board, is 3.5%. A couple of caveats. What we've done is to address the issue of when we hire people, they're on a one-year probationary rate. So you don't really fix their hire dates to March, it's when they're hired. So one thing the exhibit does is they're not going to get the raise effective the first payroll, like our people who have cleared probation, they're in good standing. They get those raises when they come off of probation. And I think that's good practice, and, it gives those folks something as an incentive to work toward, in addition to clearing probation. I can tell you that I'm aware of no issues with the folks that are on probation right now, because we hire the best employees, because we have the best employees. So, but that being said, that is, I believe, good practice, and the exhibit allows that. There's a couple of adjustments there, and I will note in the resolution, there's 2 promotions, specifically the finance, in the finance office, Cindy White, a promotion there, and then Shelley Cobb. And I can tell you, I've known Cindy White for a long time, and I've known Shelley for much less, but I've known her long enough to know that we are getting absolutely incredible value out of those employees. So, and it looks like my mic's off. Can you guys hear me okay? My voice sort of carries, but hopefully, Justin, that got caught on there. But what I will say is there's a couple of promotions in there, new job descriptions. Those folks are incredibly valuable to our organization, specifically in what they do. And I believe that, they're willing to take on these new roles, and that I think those adjustments are appropriate. A couple other items, there's the lieutenants, police department lieutenants. They were hired at like a step up or a probationary rate when they were promoted or whatever, and this will bring them forward to, peer positions. And then there's a couple other equity adjustments in that for our department heads, so.
Great, thank you. Any questions, comments?
Mr. Wright, good explanation, thank you.
Mr. Bills, nothing? Okay. One thing I guess I want to say, so the raises, I'm sure well-deserved, the promotions as well. There's a lot of good employees here. I don't know that there's any bad ones, none that I'm aware of. And, we could spend hours talking about, different employees and how great they are. I do want to call out just one person, though, this evening, and that's Cindy White. And I've just been very, very impressed with her from day one. When I first started here as a trustee, there was something kind of unique I wanted to do with payroll. It was tax related, where I was just trying to get my salary down to 0, frankly, and put the rest of an HSA in our deferred comp plan. Anyway, she understood what I was trying to do, helped me work through the calculations, and did everything perfectly. I mean, she's somebody I know I can trust. I mean, and she's sharp. She is just awesome in the fiscal office. I'm sure Mr. Campbell won't argue with that. And not to slight the Shelley at all as well. She's not as experienced. She's certainly coming along and doing a fantastic job. So with that, Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Campbell, we have a then and now certificate, which is resolution 2024-12. What's that about?
So this is a authorized, we didn't have a purchase order in for this. This is on me. This is to Basson and Company LLC for $5,525. This is for year-end prep and filing. Have our financial reports for the year-end. Because we didn't have the purchase order approved, I'm doing it then and now to cover my mistake.
We'll let you slide this time.
Okay.
Any questions, Mr. Campbell, anything? Okay, we need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second?
All right, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, comments from the board members. So, Mr. Logue, you've been uncharacteristically quiet for multiple hours here this evening. You can unload now and tell us what you really think.
Yeah, you know, to tell you what I really think, I'm still getting used to being in the vice chair position and getting to go first and speak first on a lot of things, so that's different. You know, but no, I just to reiterate in general, I think that that's a really great process that we're doing with communicating transparency and accountability of several different actions throughout the township. And you see that as, you know, evident with Lisa's report tonight, community engagement manager. It's happening there with literally using constant contact for the first time. I told her, I said, I had subscribed for emails years ago. I said, and I didn't finally get an email until she just sent that first constant contact one, like, not too recent, right? But a couple months back. But that's been something that we've been trying to push towards. So one, you know, thank you to the board, you guys stepping up to the plate. We got into the office here last year, and where everything's been going right now. And you know, I think we're seeing the fruit of that. So that's just continued excitement to see, having a focused support on things like the constant contact, emails that go out with here's the agenda, here's the zoning cases, you can link and click and get to it, or if you're driving by on the street, you see a QR code, and you can or call in or scan it. Actually, I think it's just the phone numbers right now, not a QR code. But still, just being able to be aware, and then letters that we've done to the HOA. So I know that's a difficult process that we've all talked about. You know, it's great to be able to say, let's hit a mailing list and mail something to every single resident within a radius. But it's a difficult job, Mr. McCormick, and I think you're doing excellent with getting that message out there and creating, you know, part of our new communication process when it comes to these zoning cases. But as far as that goes, just you know, that continued ability to communicate, and I think we're vibrantly seeing that tonight. I think that's great. So anyway, I commend you guys for handling the cases you handled them. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that. But I don't have any new or exciting news, I think, to add right now for any upcoming events or anything that you're not already going to cover. So hand the floor to you.
Mr. Dills?
We're going on 10 o'clock, so I'll keep it very short.
Thank you.
Good meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And I feel like everyone at least got their voices heard, even if they didn't get their way, which 99% of the folks in this room got their way.
Pretty clear where the mood of the room was.
So, yeah, no, I'll leave it at that. Election day is a week from today, and good luck to all of our fellow Republicans. So that's all I got.
Yeah, my only comment, I guess I was thinking, you know, some of the issues and concerns with the builder in a prior case that we talked about, or builders. You know, some are better than others, have better reputations. You know, some, you know, like rental facilities, particularly, like I'm thinking Redwoods as an example. It's just my understanding from what I hear is it's very well managed. So there is variation of that. So it's good to know who the good folks are to work with and who the ones that aren't so good to maybe try to avoid working with. So that concludes my remarks. Unless there's any additional, let's move on to upcoming events. I got 7 of these to read off. And then I'm going to read off a page of executive session, which is a rerun from the last meeting. If you want to know what I'm going to say, you just go watch the video if you want. And I can't just say legally, go watch the video. I've already said all this. All right, upcoming events. The Parks Recreation Committee will be meeting on March the 13th at 6 p.m. in the Civic Center. Number 2, the Zoning Commission will meet March 27th at 7 PM. Number 3, the Board of Zoning Appeals will meet April 4th at 7 PM. Number 4, Spring Junk Days will be held on April 18th through the 20th at, from 7 to 5 on Thursday and Friday, Saturday 8 to 3 at the Service Department. Number 5, the Crime Stoppers Community Drug Drop and Paper Shred event will be held at Furniture Fair, Eastgate, on April the 13th from 8 to 12. Donation to Crime Stoppers will be accepted but are not required. Number 6, Ohio primary elections will be held on Tuesday, March the 19th at the Civic Center. Or we will be holding at the Civic Center multiple precincts again this year, and they're all going to be on this side of the building, both floors. So the way it's going to work is people are going to come in to vote. When they get to the front door up here, they're going to be directed, depending on their precinct, either come into this room or go downstairs. So that sounds like a good plan. It's going to work real well. And the last item I have is the Union Township Police Department is hosting 2 women's self-defense classes in April at West Clermont High School. On April 9, the class is open to the public. The class on April 12th will be held for the West Clermont High School students only. Okay, so from there, we're going to, I have a very long motion to read to go into executive session. When we come out of executive session, we're just going to adjourn. There's not going to be any discussion, there's not going to be any votes. So if you want to hang out, go for it. If you want to go home, that's what I'd be doing. Okay, so I will like to have a motion, Mr. Lowe, to enter into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G as follows. And I got 3 items here. Number 1, and the third one has an A and a B to it. So number 1, to consider the employment, compensation, and/or dismissal of a public employee or official pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G1. And number 2, preparing for, conducting, or reviewing negotiations or bargaining session with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G4. And now number 3, the lengthy one, and again, there's a Part A and a Part B to it. To consider confidential information related to the marketing plans, specific business strategy, production techniques, trade secrets, or personal financial statements of an applicant for economic development assistance, or to negotiations with other political subdivisions respecting requests for economic development assistance, provided that both of the following conditions apply. Here comes the A and the B. A, the information is directly related to a request for economic development assistance that is to be provided or administered under any provision of Chapter, these get lengthy, 715, 725, 724, or 1728, or Section 701.07, 3735.67 to 3735.70, 5709.40 to 5709.43, 5709.61 to 5709.69, 5709.73 to 5709.75, or 5709.77 to 5709.81 of the Ohio Revised Code, or that involves public infrastructure improvement or the extension of utility services that are directly related to an economic development project, and here's the B, a unanimous quorum of the public body determines by a roll call vote that the executive session is necessary to protect the interests of the applicant or the possible investment or expenditure of public funds to be made in connection with the economic development project pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22G8.
So moved.
Second.
Nobody wants me to repeat
You
that?
should talk that way in real life.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Logue?
So moved. Hi, I'm John.
I think I'll do it.
So moved. Roll call, yes. Yes, it's roll
I think
call.
that's a yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
We're into executive session at 9:49 PM.
You making fun of me? Okay, we're ready, we're on. Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to come out of executive session
So moved. With no action taken.
with no action taken.
With no action taken, so moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills,
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes,
We're out of executive session at 10:30 PM
with no action taken.
with no action taken.
Mr. Logue, I would like a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
Mr. Dills.
Yes.
Mr. Becker.
Yes.
We're adjourned at 10:31 PM.